Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, and how are you this afternoon? And just like to say, welcome to the program, Tenny Miller Live. The special edition of Tenny Miller Live this afternoon is we're taking a look inside the soil, and which is a part of a new component of the show that we're going to be putting forward. We're going to be looking at the show in three perspectives, and we're going to be looking at current affairs. We're looking at the tourist industry and certainly the agricultural industry. So this afternoon we're starting with the agricultural industry, and what a better way to start it than to participate in this first ever Agricultural Investment Expo here in Jamaica, put on by the Ministry of Agriculture in collaboration with JSIP, that's the Jamaica Social Investment Fund, of the RADA, the Rural Agricultural Development Corporation, and quite a number of other sponsors like the Jamaica Coconut Board, Best Dressed Chicken, 20th Century Investment, the Stock Exchange, 106 Radio, CVM, quite an array of sponsors and persons within aspects of the agricultural industry participating here today. As a matter of fact, it started yesterday afternoon at 3 o'clock with the opening of the conference with the message from the minister and of course the executive director of the Agro-Investment Organization of Jamaica. So it is being put on by Agro-Investment Fund, and the theme of it is Agro-Investment for Jamaica, Global Reach, Local Impact. The idea is to make sure that the Jamaican food and food products, processes and other things from Jamaica reaches the globe, and Jamaicans in the diaspora, but as well as reach the globe, and creating very positive local impact for the persons here in Jamaica. So it plans to be a very extensive, it is an extensive conference actually. It's packed with quite a number of presentations. As we speak now, we're in the exhibition hall where there are quite a number of different exhibits that are here taking place here from different organizations. Like I said, the Jamaica Bauxite Institute, the Coconut Industry Board, Walker's Wood, which have the legendary Walker's Wood Caribbean Foods. We have the World Bank, who is also a part of this. The Do Business Jamaica, which is part of JAMPRO. Best Dressed Chicken, Hypo Feeds, the Social Investment Fund, Jamaica Customs Agency, the Development Bank of Jamaica, Trade Winds Citrus Limited. We also have Jamaica Special Economic Zone. They are a very integral part of this, and we'll be talking to some of these people as the afternoon unwinds and it goes on, just to give you an idea of the various participants, the various sponsors, and the kind of involvement that they have now with this activity here over the next day. Certainly it's all day today into about 9 o'clock tonight, when they'll close with a reception tonight, and then of course tomorrow afternoon again it's another marathon day, which will take us into another final closing session tomorrow night here at the Montego Bay Convention Center here in Rose Hall, Montego Bay. So I just want to let you know that it is one of the first of its kind agricultural investment conference here, taking place here in Jamaica, in Montego Bay at the Convention Center, first ever. And they, of course, there's a anticipated 600 participants are expected to be participating in this between last night and tomorrow evening, when they close off at 8 o'clock. And we have people from different countries. I know people from as far as Belgium is here. People from different parts of the Pacific and other countries are here participating in this extraordinary and elaborate agricultural investment expo which is taking place here. So we ask you to stay tuned with us for the next 2 to 3 hours as we try to walk through the pages of this important agricultural investment seminar, and we'll be bringing you some delayed broadcasts of some of the special events that are taking place, because like I say, it's an enormous activity. It's quite an elaborate layout. It's going to be an elaborate, it is an elaborate layout, and there are quite a number of persons that are participating in different countries that are participating, and the idea is to see how we can create a wide impact on the Jamaican agricultural sector, and how we invite people from across the spectrum to come to Jamaica to invest in different aspects of our agriculture. They're looking at, coffee, livestock, banana, sugarcane, as I say, coffee, the cocoa industry, and we're going to be talking some people from the cocoa industry and the amalgamated industries that comprise the cocoa industry and others, Jackra. So we're going to be talking to persons from there this afternoon, so we get a full understanding exactly what the magnitude and the latitude is there in this, and how they are trying to harness the participation of all these countries and organizations, and you Jamaicans in the diaspora in particular, to really understand in detail what's happening here in Jamaica, the opportunities that are available for you to come to Jamaica, come back at your yard, come invest. Not only just to chill, as they say with the tourist industry, but come back at your yard, come invest into the money, into the land, into the people, into the opportunities they do, and they are trying to facilitate these opportunities with resources and other technical support and expertise, so that you Jamaicans who decided, well, I want to come back to my yard, you can find something to come back and invest and participate into, and something will not only just to keep you occupied, but give you a chance to make a little bit more money on top of whatever pension money that you might retire on. As well as those of you who are well and strong enough and think you still have another 20 to 40 years left in you. So like, I know I have at least another 40 or so years left in me. So therefore, those of you who want to invest and to really participate can come home and really get into something very meaningful and something very exciting. So I implore you, tune in, go online, go on site, go on the website and check it out. It's a Jamaica Agribusiness Investment Forum, and it's agro-investor deal for global reach, local impact. And when they say global reach, they really mean global reach, because they're allowing Jamaicans globally, to find a way to come back home, not just to come back home with nothing to do, but come back home with the opportunity to be able to participate in some of these things that are here, and the opportunities and the various things that are available for you to be able to join into. So please, we're going to be talking to a number of persons over this afternoon who are involved in different aspects of this, so that you can get a chance to get a greater insight as to the magnitude, not just the magnitude of this investment forum, but certainly the magnitude of the opportunities that are available across the spectrum here in Jamaica, and how you'll be able to really come home or get online, find one of these agencies and these organizations, the Exim Bank, the Development Bank, the Bauxite Institute, the Scotia Bank, National Commercial Bank, and all these organizations that are providing the opportunities in terms of resources and other things, I beg your pardon, so that you'll be able to find a window through which you'll be able to now expand your knowledge and to get into some meaningful, profitable, and of course eventually successful business enterprise while you're back home, or while you transition home, because you might want to come down, get the details, start these, and then to come back. Fine. So we implore you to go online to the agro-investment. Fine. Go into agro-investment, of course. Go on their website, Jamaica Agribusiness Investment Forum, or the Jamaica Investment Fund, or the Jamaica Agricultural Organization, and join us here. Fine. We're going to have perhaps one of our first guests for the afternoon, and is a gentleman from JSIF. Okay, please join me. You give me back my book. Oh, go. Welcome back. As I mentioned to you, we're going to have quite a number of persons streaming through here as we continue our stream throughout the day. With me is my very special and first guest for the afternoon is Mr. Orville Hill. Mr. Hill is is the general manager for the Jamaica Social Investment Fund. And it is good to have him because he's the JSIF, as it is called, JSIF, Jamaica Social Investment Fund. This company is one of the companies that does a lot of infrastructural and social infrastructural work in this country. And when we speak to Mr. Hill, he will tell me which ocean they find the money out of and how they're able to finance the various, and give us an idea what are the social programs they're doing and how they network within the context of the agricultural sector and how JC functions. Mr. Good afternoon, welcome to Flex TV on the Tenny Miller Live Show.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And my pleasure to be here with you.
Oh, it is a pleasure to have you here this afternoon. Now tell us, first of all, what is JSIF for the benefit of Jamaicans in the diaspora who don't know?
Okay, Jamaica Social Investment Fund is an organization that is totally owned by the government of Jamaica.
Yes.
Right, so we are a government agency,
Mm-hmm.
and our role and mandate is really as an implementing agency
Mm-hmm.
for the different projects
Mm-hmm.
that are done by the government of Jamaica.
Okay.
Right, so and these projects are usually funded in several different ways.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them are from donor funding,
Okay.
and others are from loan funding that is done between the international organization and the government of Jamaica.
So if there's a bilateral agreement and stuff like that and there's money involved, then you handle the management of that.
Yes. So you make mention of our involvement in agriculture.
Yes.
One of the projects that we are managing currently
Mm-hmm.
is the Rural Economic Improvement Project, the Ready 2 project.
What is that basically?
Right? Now, just to mention that we had a project like this before,
Mm-hmm.
which is referred to as the Ready 1,
Mm-hmm.
and based on the success of that project,
Mm-hmm.
it was decided that we would have a second one. So we are into the second Ready, and it's therefore mentioned as Ready 2.
Ready 2.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now, what are some of the components of Ready 1 to Ready 2?
They're very similar, you know.
Mhm.
But Ready 2, the focus for the Ready 2 project is in two key areas of economic development.
Right.
Agriculture and tourism.
All right, cool.
Right? Those are the two specific areas
Mhm.
that the Ready 2 project focuses on.
And what are some of the specific products that you know have going, and how does that fit within the context of diaspora Jamaicans who are listening to you now, because your primary audience now are Jamaicans in the diaspora, and they would like to know what go on a year that I can benefit from, that I can fit into, that I can find a way to get into.
Okay. Well, I say this to you. The projects that we have now are a number of different projects. We have project that is funded by Caribbean Development Bank.
Okay.
The Ready 2 happen to be a project funded by the World Bank.
All right.
There's a loan between the World Bank and the government of Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
We have also a project that is funded through the Consolidated Fund, funded by Jamaica directly.
Okay.
Right? The ICDP 2 project.
Mm-hmm.
But as you talk about the diaspora,
Mm-hmm.
right now, the diaspora would not be directly involved in funding these projects, but I'm sure that we can have a conversation and we can develop a project. Matter of fact, some years ago there was some consideration of a project to be funded through the diaspora.
Okay.
And as such, that can be done, but it would be done in a context whereby we do have the agreement with the government of Jamaica being a part of it, given that we are a government agency. But I tell you this now, we are integral, because like the Ready 2 project, which is a loan from the World Bank, the funds are designated areas as to how it comes to us, and we do the reporting to the World Bank to make sure that the funds are spent in accordance with the agreement that is outlined. So similarly, we can do an initiative with the diaspora funded projects, and then we would make reports to the designated agency that manages it on behalf of the diaspora as to how the funds are dispersed, to make sure that in the first place we would have a clear outline as to how the funds are to be spent, what are the critical areas that they want money to be spent in, because that's an integral part of what we're doing.
Okay, that's what you
whatever we take on, there is a clear agreement as to how the funds are to be used, and we manage the funds in agreement and in consistency with the agreement that is outlined.
So your department is not really, despite you spend government money, you spend private sector money, you spend international money, but then you are accountable to the various agencies. So you're not a creature of parliament, so to speak.
Well, we are a creature of parliament in that our annual fiscal space is outlined and dictated by parliament
based upon the social and other needs that are.
And so the spending is governed by that, but nonetheless, when we do make our expenditures, it is in accordance and consistent with the agreement. I'll give you an example then.
Okay.
The CDB portfolio
Yes.
that we are also administering caters for disbursement in the areas of improving educational facilities like schools, and also the underserved farmers in certain rural communities.
Right.
Right? So once we have established those parameters in regard to schools, we liaise with the Ministry of Education to identify the schools that are in greatest need.
Okay.
And then once we do that, we submit the report to the CDP. They are approving the expenditure in those areas.
So you do the assessment and analysis and then develop a program around the needs based upon that.
And then we go to implementation.
Wonderful. I spoke to diaspora in the sense that Jamaicans in the diaspora wants to come home, wants to get involved in something that is happening at yard. What kind of window is there to accommodate and to facilitate this?
All right, so the window is there. Firstly, the dialogue will take place to agree the area that they would like their funds to be spent in. Right? Because it's not that the money is going to come to JSIF and then we choose how
but they can say, oh listen, I want a school in Ipswich and I want a clinic in Balaclava.
Yeah,
that kind of a thing.
But just a caution,
Yes.
If you go to schools, we normally work with Ministry of Education in terms of the area of greatest need. Right? So we don't just go out and take a school and do an improvement to a school. Right? So if it is that the diaspora would want their funds to be spent in education, that can clearly be established.
Okay.
We would then liaise with Ministry of Education and say, we have funds available XYZ. Share with us the area that is of greatest need. When we get that, we would submit that report to the diaspora and say, this is what is identified by the Ministry of Education.
Fantastic.
And once you said, okay, we are good with it, then we go to making a detailed plan as to how the nature of the improvement, exactly what it will cost, or what we estimate the cost will be, and we have all of that signed off, and then we go to implementation.
Mr. Hill is the general manager of the Social Investment Fund, and we are getting a full understanding as to this creature of parliament, how it functions, how it works, and how it operates on our behalf, and how it accounts for whatever it is entrusted in their responsibility to carry out on behalf of not just Jamaica but the people of Jamaica. Fine. For example, there is a project, as I heard on the news this morning, and let me just bring that forward. There's a major problem with the Montpelier Road going from I think it's Anchovy all the way up to Montpelier, fine, into Cambridge and beyond into Ramble. And I understand that you're going to be responsible for that project. Are you able to speak to that?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're asked you to come around to the stage at this point. We're gonna open the exhibition hall.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Your statement that you have outlined is not 100% correct.
Okay, talk
Right?
to us.
But we are very much involved in that project. What
Yes.
is happening is that we are laying pipelines in that area to improve the water supply to the communities. So we are working on the side of the road.
Okay,
Right,
okay.
that
Oh,
completed.
so you're looking at the water, you're dealing with the water.
Yes,
Okay.
the water supply to the area.
Yes.
The challenge is that the road has been in a bad condition. for
Yes,
some
has
time
been,
now.
yes.
And given that we are doing pipe work, it would not be prudent for NWA to do paving of the road until we have completed it.
Okay.
So
that's what-
once we have completed the part assigned to us, then we expect that they will come in and do the paving and improvement to the actual road surface. But that part is not our execution to be done.
Okay, good. So I would just like, before we go, and I really appreciate you being here and sharing with us and giving us a deeper insight as to how you function and how the JSF functions. In light of this agricultural investment seminar, what would you have to say to our diaspora Jamaicans out there in terms of the importance and the value and the need for them to really participate and to get on board?
Yes, well, what I will say is that the Ready to project is making significant inroads in improving the quality of agricultural production and a number of the various elements that
Yes.
assist our farmers in getting their products to market.
Yes.
So, for instance, we have made improvement in cold storage facilities.
Right. Yes,
Which is
I know that.
important
Yes.
in order to make sure that their produce can be stored safely and ready for the market and so forth. So we have done significant roads in that, and as such, we are here as a major sponsor because we think it is important for new technology to be brought to bear in terms of our production activities and for all the different players in the market, the farmers, the investors, and everybody to come together. And this convention is intended to bring all the parties together so that there can be knowledge sharing and we can move forward with better planning and better execution. Now the diaspora can be involved in it in that we can have similar initiatives that the diaspora can be involved with. What happens is that this particular project is you have a particular scope for it to be done.
And it's the first of its kind.
With the World Bank. But their involvement will not necessarily be a part of this particular project, but we can have similar projects
Yes.
that we
As you roll out other things too.
we can have similar product that we roll out in partnership with the diaspora, because that is part of the role in a partnership is what will make a difference as we go forward.
Orville Hill, thank you so much.
Pleasure.
The pleasure is mine having you here, sir. Now you're hearing from the man himself in terms of the level and the magnitude and the various components of the work that he does and the agent he does. Stick and say, don't go away. We're coming back to you. Just stay tuned. The program continues. Thank you so much, Orville Hill. All the best.
All right.
Good.
So I know Higgins well too.
Oh, I mean, yes. He's going to be doing some cultural item now.
So much we no ask me why. In the night time never check with March. They don't like that.
Oh, this stadium
The back is a
supposed to consider
here
this
exhaust.
captain
They don't like
or a sewing machine. She's supposed to
There they go. They don't like that. The man
it's right there. Let's go ready. As soon as they stop, after him, then we take them. Alright? They get Israel people, them they go where they go. As them in finish, they win it, then we hit, then Israel take. And then after Israel take, then come down to exit back, in that final. Is that big man? As soon as they stop in 10 minutes.
Thank you. And now we're going to ask the Executive Director of the
So you have
Coconut
him.
Industry Board, Mr. Sean Cameron, to come up and to give a greeting as one of the strategic partners of this, the Agri-Investment Forum. Please give a round of applause to Sean Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. David.
After him,
You know, it's funny
it's
that
right. Then
agriculture is
after
part
that,
of our
we have
heritage.
Exim Bank, right?
Folklore, the songs that come based
That's
on work
Upton.
came up through agriculture.
Uptown,
Nichols.
I wanted to thank
It's right there,
the Minister of
Patricia.
Agriculture, the stakeholders, the innovators, the persons who are
And then
making
we
the
have
connection
after that, we
between
have,
agriculture and business. Back in the years, we normally look at agriculture as a means of survival.
No, not him. Him after that. And I know him never talk to either. There's a girl that does marketing.
Creating generational
At
wealth
GNB?
for our future
At
generations.
Fisheries. No worry about after delivery.
I want to make a small plug. A lot of
So we're
people
exit.
know
So
that
one, it's the first one.
Agribusiness Board is one of
It's
the
right there.
oldest agribusiness
And then who is? That is after him. That's after him.
1930s.
So it's him. You have
We existed from the
you have
1930s.
Nicholson.
We
And then we have
purchased separate actually means soap and edible products in 1940.
Irrigation Commission.
And this was
Then
a
the pan,
means of
then
turning
the who
our
is immediately
crop
behind us put
that
the
is
pan, then the
white
pan
that
side.
you get in coconut.
Double check with them and find out.
Greater like coconut milk. We wanted to turn that into value-added products.
Kristen,
So that's how separate came about. So we purchased a copper from our coconut farmers. We found an avenue to turn that into value-added products and export. The coconut industry is reviving. A lot of people are invested in the sector. Reason being,
yeah.
it
Yeah,
is
we have
the
that.
only
You have
crop
that?
that can withstand a
And
category
you have-
3 hurricane. We have the coconut industry board, the third coconut industry board in the entire world that supports their agriculture.
Make sure to give me. Make it in.
And this is a development by DBJ.
DBJ,
DBJ.
DBJ.
And it's Chris Holder, DBJ, the summer around here. Development back out to like Trishan Crosby.
Christian,
Crosby.
Christian.
Alright, thank you.
Oh, all right.
So in a nutshell, that's one of the oldest agribusiness entity that brings us is here.
She's from the
participating in this
development bank,
monumental event.
DBJ.
And that's done all the
And
stakeholders,
FA
the
holdings around.
organizers, team members,
Confirm them after
future
that.
investors, and visionaries for this particular event. A wonderful day. Make sure
If
you pass
that
through
breakdown,
all the routes,
you
make
find
your
me
business
sometime.
connection and linkages. Let's grow Jamaica.
If that breakdown,
As the Minister of Agriculture represents the face of food,
just switch your camera to
and
me.
it takes food to
If that
sustain
breakdown,
our
you just switch your camera
Have a
to me.
wonderful day. Thank you.
You understand me? And I just pick it up. No, just switch it.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the Executive Director of the Jamaica Coconut Board, Sean Cameron. And by mentioning other sponsors, we have platinum sponsors. They are as follows: the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, Jamaica's Business Ministry, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Finance and Public Service, Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the Exim Bank, the Jamaica Tourist Board, and the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Do we have any representatives from the Jamaica Stock Exchange here? Not as yet. Yes, sir. This is my island in the sun, where my people have toiled since time began. Though I may sail on many a sea, her shores will always be home to me. Oh, island in the sun, given to me by my father's hand. All my days I will sing in praise of your forest waters, your shining sand. When morning breaks or heaven on high, I lift my heavy load to the skies. The sun comes down in burning glow, mingles my sweat with the earth below. Oh, island in the sun, willed to me by my father's hand. All my days I will sing in praise of your forest waters, your shining sand. I see a woman on bended knees, cutting cane for her family. I see a man by the waterside, casting nets at the surging tides. Oh, island in the sun, willed to me by my father's hand. All my days I will sing in praise of your forest waters, your shining sand. When morning breaks or heaven on high, I lift my heavy load to the skies. The sun comes down with burning glow, mingles my sweat with the earth below. Oh, island in the sun, willed to me by my father's hand. All my days I will sing in praise of your forest waters, your shining sand. Oh, island in the sun, willed to me by my father's hand. All my days I will sing in praise of your forest waters, your shining sand. Your forest waters, your shining sand. Ooh, Jamaica. All right. Thank you, thank you. Those who are standing at the back, I hear you. Our bronze sponsors are the Jamaica Broilers Group of Companies. There's Hypro, Rural Agricultural Development Authority, Jamaica Customs, Walker's Wood, the College of Agriculture, Science and Education, the Jamaica Agricultural Commodities Regulation Authority, the Mavis Bank Coffee Factory Limited, and the Jamaica 4-H Club. Those are our bronze sponsors. We ask you please to visit each and every one of our exhibitors. They're right here. But I've been also asked to remind you that tonight there's a soiree that starts at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, there's a soiree. Well, come 7 o'clock because we told you 6:50 last night and then come at 7:50. So come 7, come early tonight, all right? And you'll get more music tonight. But thank you so much for being a part of this. The exhibition hall is now open for everyone to visit. All right, thank you so much for being a good audience. Thank you, Coconut Industry Board, and the sessions should resume anytime now. Thanks so much. One more thing, I'm sorry. We'd like to welcome the British High Commission. The British High Commission that is here, and they have the entire team there. We also have delegates from a number of countries, including Haiti, including Somalia, including Great Britain, and we ask you please stop and visit them and make sure they know how.
Sure, so the people them line up in that. He's going to get 10 minutes. Good afternoon again. Welcome back. You had seen that intervention earlier from Mr. Steve Higgins, singer, cultural ambassador extraordinaire, and somebody who provides cultural entertainment throughout the Caribbean and throughout the diaspora, as he helps us to sell Jamaica. You know, Jamaica is so multifaceted, and we have so many talented people of the different areas and different elements of the cultural and the sports and the entertainment spectrum. So we can find people to fill in just about any space. We use entertainment as part of putting on a show, as a part of making presentations and so on. And the various persons that we have and personalities are so versatile and capable, like Steve Higgins and others, to be able to bring a comprehensive package to the audience. Beside me is a young man who, is here with us this afternoon. He's a student of the College of Agriculture, CASE, out in Portland, and is involved with quite an interesting amount of activities at this college. And the young people, the CASE as a college is part of the institutions, young people institutions, growth, youth institutions, but certainly it's part of how they try to involve the youth component in the agricultural transfer in terms of the knowledge and moving from one generation of agriculturalists and farmers and producers to another generation. We have the people now who are in training in not only just to put the yam in the ground or the potato slip in the ground, or to be able to properly dig the hole for the banana sucker and to treat it and so that you can watch it grow. But people are also doing the value added areas of the industry here. with me this afternoon is Chana. Chana Royal or Rary?
Rary.
Chana Rary. Good afternoon, Mr. Rary. How are you?
Good afternoon, I'm good.
Good. We're hearing him loud and clear, engineer? Okay. First of all, tell us, you're a student at Case, right?
Yeah.
What do you do at Case as a student? No,
So-
you know, you just get up in the morning and just go to the poultry farm, collect the egg and go back to your yard.
No, actually, I'm a business student.
When you say business, but the farming supposed to be, you talk about your business student and it's farming we're talking about.
Well, so I'm a business student, but I have background skills in this sort of area. So when they were pushing for food processing, they called me and added me to the team because it's something that I've previously done and I know a fair bit about it. So they said that they thought I was a good addition to the team, and that's how I ended up here. Because actually, what I wanted to apply for in the beginning was agriculture, but then I was like, I'm gonna switch to business because there are lots of people in agriculture that don't actually, their business don't work out because most businesses fail within the first 3 years because they lack the business aspect. So that's why I was like, okay, I'm going to do business. So yeah, when they pushed for food production, they added me to the team, and I'm here.
So all right, so you're a business student, and what kind of business are you doing at Case?
Well, the course is called business studies, so it's things
I
like
didn't hear that. You have to say it
the
loud.
course is called business studies.
Business studies.
Yeah, so it's things like economics, management, stuff like that.
Okay. And you're what, second year student?
Second year.
Second year
I'm
student.
in second
And
year.
when you graduate with a bachelor's? What is it?
Bachelor's,
A
yeah,
bachelor.
yeah.
And the bachelor's is in?
BSc, that's business studies.
Business studies. But
Yeah.
the business studies as it is now is agricultural business primarily because you're studying how to market agriculture.
No,
And-
it's on the education side, so it's just business studies. But because it's such a base topic, it's such a base course. So with that, now people would normally get a second degree in whichever field they want, and then they have that business background to help them.
Okay.
So that's why I'm doing the business as a background and processing as.
No, so all right, so you're doing business studies, but then you have been exercising other skills while
Yeah.
you're here. What are some of the other skills that you're exercising? And tell us about what it involves and so on.
So the main skill I've been exercising is food processing.
Yes.
So that's like taking the raw materials and making value-added products, products that are marketable, that's supposed to be in stores on the market. So that's what we're really pushing because the way the country is moving towards less imports, more production,
Yes.
better food security. So that's what we're pushing. And since I have been in that culinary area with some background in agriculture, I'm here on the team now. So that's what I'm doing on the side in Case.
So I guess tell us a little bit more in depth as to what are some of the things that you are doing in terms of food processing and so on.
So we're using what we have on our farms because Case we have large farms.
Yes.
So we have things like breadfruit. So we
Yes.
have good breadfruits in Portland. People always talk about breadfruits from Portland. We have things like akis, we have coconuts, pineapples. So we're using the things from our farms and we want like more seasonal products. So now we have things like sorrels, especially coming up to the holidays. Those times when people are always about sorrel. We have preserved fruit,
Ladies and
preserved
gentlemen,
papayas.
to resume
have
the sessions are about to resume. You have to make
desiccated
your way
coconuts.
along right now so that the sessions may resume in the main hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way over to the main hall. The sessions are about to resume. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for that, Mr. Steve Higgins.
It's things that are on our farms and that we try to create marketable products that can be in stores.
Okay, fine. And how long have you been doing this at the school?
So I've been doing this this is the third month.
The third
far.
month. Right.
Yeah, it's
So you do so with breadfruit,
Yeah.
and you make what, flour with the
Yes,
breadfruit?
we made breadfruit flour, and then from that, with that flour, we've made breadfruit pancake mix.
Breadfruit pancake
Yeah.
mix. So you can use
And-
breadfruit to make pancake.
Yeah, and also waffles.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Oh really?
Amazing on waffles.
Oh really? So is it a very lengthy and difficult process to move the breadfruit from regular breadfruit to make it flour? You have to what? Make it ripe on and try it or something like that. How do you do
Yes.
that?
So the breadfruit is dried and then milled. So it's dried and then we run it through a mill.
Through a mill. Okay.
So it's like a meal, breadfruit meal.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. And then how you make the pancake mix? So the same thing, you put it to another grinding process to refine
Yes.
it?
Yes, it needs to be refined, and then we add things like milk solids, things that are normal in pancakes.
Yes.
So yeah,
Okay,
that's
good.
how we add it to it. Great.
So is it something that you get a chance to share with the school, so you get a chance to test it to find out the quality and whether or not it is marketable and it can go on international markets?
We were thinking about getting some of these in the cafeteria.
Yes.
Some of our products. So this can help us in both ways, giving the students farm to table food.
Yes.
Especially for an agricultural institution, I would think would be a prominent move for us. But it also backgrounds as feedback to when we go to the market to see if people would want to buy it. So yeah, that's important.
Oh, that's great. Now tell me, you are a young man there, you say you're in business studies, and they're having this investment seminar with all of these important people, World Bank and iPro and all of these things. What's your take of it? How do you see yourself fitting into all of this and any other person like yourself?
So, well, I see myself in this. As I said, I'm doing business, so I'm trying to use some of my skills to reach into that business environment, that zone where I really want to stand personally. So within this conference, making contacts, networking,
so that you can get some knowledge as to who does what.
Yeah.
So when you're ready to step out now, you'll be able to know who to be able to talk to about what.
Yeah, it's really networking, seeing what other people are doing, establishing our brand more so we're more prominent. So yeah, that's mainly
what channel. I wish you all the best, and I wish you a lot of luck, and I know you're an ambitious man, and I've seen some of your stuff, and I'm gonna be making an effort to stop by to see if I can get one pack of the flour, so we can go make some two little dumpling with a cornmeal inside there, and make some what is the next one you make? The pancake mix.
Yeah.
See if we can get access to the pancake mix.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
It's at our booth.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you
for being here with us.
It was a great.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Channel from Chris, College of Science and Agriculture out there in Port Antonio. Enough respect. All the best. Thank you so much. Good.
Thanks.
So there you have it there. Fine. So we continue with the program. We continue with the broadcast. It's okay, Channel. You can go.
Okay.
It's all right, fine. Thank you so much. Great. But you're good? Put up my breadfruit and the pancake mix so we can get it. Okay. Thank you, sir. Good. Now, as the program continues, we have some other persons to talking to. We'll be talking to the gentleman from Agri-Invest in another couple of minutes, as well as somebody from the Dairy Board and somebody from the Exim Bank and of course from the Development Bank, because these are the people who we are getting to participate into, who are participants into this thing, and will be able to tell us further what they are doing and how they are doing it, and how they see themselves and their companies and their products fit within the context of the agricultural investment and the facilitation of the opportunities and the various resources that are needed by the wider public and by the rest of us to be able to get into this, of course. But the seminar is going on. They're running a little bit behind time, so there's quite a lot of things that are happening on the floor, and quite a lot of interfacing and sessions that are going on. We're going to be talking to somebody from the Exim Bank in a minute, and of course, apart from somebody from the Exim Bank, we're going to be talking to some people from the Dairy Board, so we can find out how they are fitting into this and what are some of the special opportunities that they have for persons who are involved in agricultural pursuits of one sort or the other, or of course involved into livestock development, small ruminants, or all the other aspects of the livestock industry and the dairy industry, so that we can find out what other things there are, and those of us in the diaspora, how you might be able to benefit from what they're doing, and how, if you're coming home, how you can begin to get yourself connected, and in the connection process you'll be able to begin to build out some kind of opportunities, build out some kind of a investment situation, so that and when you're ready to come home, how well advanced you would have been, because you'd have been able to make the connection and then unravel some of the tanglings and the webs before you reach home. This is Tenny Miller. I'm coming to you live from the conference here, the special opportunity, business opportunity forum in agriculture here. Stick and stay, don't go away. We're gonna just give you a minute while we wait our next guest, and then we take a stock as to what's going on today. Just stay tuned, don't go away. I told you that we're going to be talking to quite a number of persons who are involved in this complex, fantastic building out and deep dive, as it is now the new AI word, deep dive into the agricultural sector. Jamaica Agribusiness Investment Forum, Agri-Invest, and of course, global reach, local impact. One of the partners into this matrix operation is a company called Isratech, which is a company that has been here for the last 7 years or more.
No, 37 years.
I beg your
Right,
pardon.
right.
And they have been facilitating the whole business of irrigation. They are the ones who have been transforming the irrigation process through the ministry and through private sector and the regular farmers in St. Elizabeth and Manchester and part of the bauxite lands that we have out there. With me is one of the lovely ladies from the department, quite charming. On the telephone, okay, how you cuss her? You know, mean not to her. She talk to you as if to say, I mean, you're not, you know, you're our dearest friend. You know, that's what I like about it. And trust me, me cuss her. And she know me cuss her. Miss Patricia Grant, who is the marketing person. Pat, how you do?
I am great. I'm fantastic, Sir Miller. It's good to finally meet you.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Man, are there before me meet her on the phone. So this part, tell me something now. For the benefit of our listeners in the diaspora, tell us about what you do, not just what you do, but what Isratech really is about and what they do, just for the benefit of some of our listeners.
All right, so Isratech is a 4-divisional company. We specialize in agriculture, waterworks, energy, and commercial chemicals. Now, when you think of those 4 sectors, it's everything for those 4 sectors, and not just the products, but services in those areas as well. We pride ourselves in a total package, full service orientation company that is with you from start to finish. You consult with us, we design for you, we sell you the products,
Okay.
and then we do the installation, we guide you through the process, and then even after you think you're finished with us, we are there with you for after sale servicing and maintenance. For everything that we service and supply, we service them, and we have service parts.
So, for example, if I have, say, a 20-acre tomato
Drip irrigation, right?
drip irrigation, you come in and you examine and tell me what
Yes,
type of drip irrigation
yes.
I need.
What
And
type
then
you need.
Look at how it is to be actually physically laid out on the property
Yes,
for maximum use.
that
and
is
sort of
it.
thing.
That is it.
So it's a scientific approach in terms of how you deal with irrigation.
That
You
is
don't
it.
just throw water upon the tomatoes there.
That is it. No, not at all. Not at all.
Garden hose and just go
Yes,
upon it.
yes.
Is that much more than that?
It is way more than that, and it's way more than irrigation.
Yes.
So back in the 90s, we were called Jamaica Drip Irrigation,
Right.
And that's what people know us for.
Okay.
But we've transformed Jamaica Drip into Isratech, which is the 4 divisions that I just mentioned.
Right.
But for the agricultural sector, we have, you hear them say, from a pin to an anchor.
Right.
We literally have a pin to an anchor from seeds right back to something as big as
so you even have
irrigation.
seeds?
Yes, we have seeds, fertilizers, spray pans.
And you
we have a
provide-
home and garden
so you
section.
you provide advice as to the type of seeds, when to plant, how to
Definitely,
plant,
definitely.
and
Yes.
level of water to be able to
Yes, man.
and early planting as
Yes.
when they reach a certain level. So you give a whole development
Total
process,
package,
a
yes,
total package.
yes.
Is that a very expensive process?
It's not. It's not. Our prices are very competitive, and for a majority of the projects that we do in those sectors, depending on what it is that you're doing, the advice usually comes at no cost.
How does Isratech see itself fit into the matrix of this magnanimous exercise that has been taken on by the Agro-Investment Corporation and / the Ministry of Agriculture?
So-
So how do you see yourself fitting into the matrix and the kind of a symbiotic relationship that is to exist?
So one of the things that we have done since year is to position the company as a partner in sustainable farming.
Okay.
We're big on supporting our farmers. So, there are other companies who they sell you the products because the intention is to make money.
Yeah.
I can tell you that the stakeholders and the staff at Isratech genuinely care about our farmers. We really care about our farmers. And so we have thought about what impacts our farmers: climate change, predatory larceny, drought,
You
all
get
of these
into
things.
You do a caring factor.
We do a caring factor. And so what we do is we look at how we can help our farmers. Agriculture is the way forward. It is the way forward. And we look at how we can help our farmers to remain relevant in an industry that it's very risky. It's high risk. And so for drought, we have water storage options for you.
Okay.
For rain, we have water storage options for you.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So what we do is we identify the problem and we come up with a solution for you.
And you've been doing this in the last 37 years.
37 years.
And you only that the whole thing just simply mushroom and improve because you get technological sharing from different parts of the world.
Yes.
And you try to make sure that it's adaptable to Jamaica.
It is adaptable to Jamaica. And what we do now is we're investing in our farmers and we're saying, hey, this is the way to move forward. You can't be lagging behind. And so we did some research since the beginning of 2025, and it shows that in Jamaica we're way more advanced in agriculture than most of the Caribbean countries.
You mean that?
And so, yes, and so when you think about hydroponics, we have hydroponics.
Okay.
And that's a big thing at Isratech now. So we have hydroponics, we have drip irrigation, we have automated systems, automated irrigation systems. We have rainwater harvesting, and so we have pumps. We have greenhouse technologies, and if you're doing a greenhouse with us, we do the entire thing. So we don't just do the structure.
One-stop shop.
One-stop shop. We don't just do the structure. We do what you need inside. So when you think about the misting system, you think about your maple troughs, we do everything to fit your greenhouse.
You have Jamaicans in the diaspora who wants to now come home and do business.
Yes.
They want to get into agro-processing or agricultural pursuits of one sort or the other. But they don't know where to go to find the irrigation pump. They want to know what kind of pump they will need if they have a piece of land up in Bella's Gate and they want to plant from the hillside and come down, or where they get the type of pipe that they will need. How would you advise them about the service that you offer and how you might be able to facilitate their needs and to assist them so that they can move now early into production because they don't have a lot of money to spend?
Call us. Whatever it is that you have, we will make it work for you. We will customize something for you. So send us a message on Instagram. We're on Instagram. We're on Facebook at Isratech, ISRATECH, or you can send us a WhatsApp, 876-578-7815.
Okay, wonderful. So once they come in and they stop and they sit with you and give you a full gamut as to what they want to do, how they want to do it, where they want to go with it, you tailor fit a
package to suit them. And
wonderful.
we don't just supply Jamaicans, we export to the Caribbean and Latin America.
Her name is Patricia Grant and she is a communication and marketing person, or primarily marketing and big mama for Isratech, who really helps you to understand the matrix of the organization and how it operates to help you and to facilitate you so that whatever you have to spend, they'll be able to help you to design a package to meet your needs agriculturally and of course developmentally, so that you'll be able to move forward into the level of production that you want to get into. If you're a diaspora person, call them. They are online, they are on website. Just give them a call. Tell them just give them a scenario.
Yes.
As to what you have, where you want to go, and the kind of help that you think you might need, and as well as they need to advise us what else they think you need based on the fact that they'll be able to tailor it to suit you.
That is it.
Patricia,
yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us. Likewise, pleasure being here.
Definitely.
All right.
We're going to hunt her now like a phantom for more information. So once a month, we're going to have her on the program because an element of our program is inside the soil. So
Nice.
once a month, we want to be able to speak to somebody elsewhere about what you do, how you do it, and why you do it, and how we coming home from the diaspora can really fit into the development program. We don't have to spend a lot of money. We don't have to get into a deep search and to be able to access something. But bless your heart.
Likewise. Thank you so much for
It's
having
such a
me.
pleasure having you.
Yes.
Thank you so
yes.
much. We'll talk later on.
All right, not a problem.
She's going to take me to dinner, the Pegasus, later on, ladies and gentlemen, so you can understand.
That
We
is
talk.
it. Take care. We will
It's a
talk.
pleasure having you so
All
much.
right.
Good. There you go. This Patricia Grant. Patricia Grant is the marketing person from Isratech, an independent organization that deals with the facilitation of opportunities. They provide you with a one-stop shop customizing arrangement as to how you deal with your irrigation. And if you want to come into Jamaica, please, how you want to be able to get your thing together, and they'll be able to facilitate you. Don't go nowhere. We're going to be talking to other persons from the Irrigation Authority, again, the National Irrigation Authority, people from the 4-H Club. We're going to be talking to other persons from Dairy Board and other places, as well as the SRC, which is the Scientific Research Council. They're just in the corner around us. Stick and stay. We're just going to, I am going to a quick break while we get our next guest in tune. Don't worry. Engineer, we're ready? Welcome back. We're at the convention center in Montego Bay. The activity is the Jamaica Agri-Business Investment Forum, and we're in the exhibition hall here in Montego Bay. And we have been having a great time. We've been having a whole lot of jug food. We've been having a lot of oyster punch. Yes, TC oyster punch. Wonderful high-grade oyster punch. Real good up oyster from out of the ocean, milled into making a fantastic punch with a little bit of spirit attached, fixed with it. We're having jerk stuff from Walker's Wood. We have other things from the 4-H movement and from other parts of the exhibition hall. Different people doing different things, and it's quite interesting and fantastic. Beside me is one of the communications person for the movement that is involved in this, and one of the part sponsor movement here this afternoon. We have here with us Miss Lorraine Roden.
Yes.
Miss Roden is a communications person with the 4-H movement out of the national office in Kingston. But then, she works across the island as she to facilitate what happens with the 4-H movement for the wider business. Miss Roden, good afternoon. Welcome to Inside the Soil of the Tenny Miller Live through on Flex FM TV in Florida.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for having me.
The pleasure is mine. Now, let me get the microphone to you. Good. Now, our name is Miss Lorraine Roden, as I said before, and she's here with us to talk us a little bit about 4-H. Now, tell us for the benefit of some people who don't know, what is the 4-H movement?
So, at the Jamaica 4-H clubs, we train and mobilize youth between the ages of 5 to 35 in areas such as agriculture, home economics, entrepreneurship, and just general community building.
Community. We say entrepreneurship and youth what?
So, youth development.
Youth development and entrepreneurship. Now, do you have a lot of young people who pass through the 4-H movement and are involved in various agricultural, entrepreneurial activities across the island?
Yes, we do. We have a number of youth farmers who have passed through various processes, and we have a number of programs. For example, there is the REAP program, that's the Rural Youth Economic Empowerment Program, and that targets youth between the ages of 17 to 35. And what we do with this program is we provide youth with inputs and also training and mentorship. It's a hand-holding process.
Okay. Now, there are quite a number of young people in the diaspora who says that, boy, I don't want to stay in America, I don't want to stay in Canada, I want to go back a yard because I left yard when I have 5 and I want to go back to my yard, or I have never been to Jamaica except on visitation and holidays, but I want to go there and live and do something. But I want to go up into the hills or into the mountains because they're fascinated about the mountains and that sort of thing. And I want to be able to do something. If a young person from Wisconsin, California, or Atlanta, or in Calgary or somewhere wants to come home and said, well, my family have a piece of place here and I want to do something, what would you recommend for them to be able to do, and how would the 4-H be able to facilitate anything for them?
Okay, first of all, I would say definitely come back and start, because farming is a viable and it's a sustainable industry to get into and a career choice. Because let's face it, not everybody will have a traditional job, because sometimes jobs are just not available. So with a skill like farming, you're able to make a living for yourself. So if you have a plot of land, as I said, the best thing right now is to be a part of the REAP program. So we just wrapped the most recent cohort for 2025 to 2026, and the next cohort is going to open next year.
Okay.
So, as mentioned before, it provides youth in agriculture with training, mentorship. There is a business component to it. We help them to write their business plans, because you have to have a plan. You can't just get up and say, okay, I'm going to start a farm. What are the actionable steps? What is it that you want to accomplish at the end, and really how you plan to get there? You need a blueprint.
Oh, wonderful. Now, we are talking to Miss Roden here. We're going to go to a good break. When we come back, we're going to resume a discussion with Miss Roden and get a final details so that she provide you with information. Who you talk to, when, how, and why from the 4-H movement. Stick and stay. Don't go away. We'll soon come back. We're gonna break for 4 minutes. So you can
All
walk
right.
around,
All right.
exercise, jump, skip, and then come back and we'll finish. on screen and in this Okay, welcome back. My engineer is pushing me hard. It's hard. I have two lovely ladies here. I have to finish my discussion with, of course, this Miss Roden here from 4-H clubs, and then I have another lady from the Fisheries Authority, which we're going to talk about some of the things that they're doing, how they're doing it, why they're doing it, and with whom they're doing it. Miss Roden, yes, as you were saying, that Jamaicans in the diaspora, young people, now is the time for them, if they want to come home, because the 4-H club will be able to facilitate them with opportunities to start some kind of an entrepreneurial enterprise in agriculture.
Definitely. So outside of the actual, I'm going to say traditional agriculture, they can also look into agro-processing.
Absolutely.
Agro-processing. So that's
and the 4-H club have a history of agro-processing over the last 30 other years.
Yes, we do. So we have a training facility in Clarendon that, trains people how to make how to turn their local produce into a product that they can bring to market. So today at the event, we're actually promoting jackfruit. And jackfruit is an underutilized product in Jamaica, I would say, because it's a fruit. We just eat it as a fruit, but there's so many other things you can do with it. We have a very delicious jackfruit wine.
Yes,
we also have a jackfruit.
Oh yes, I haven't had a sample of that, and I still need to get at least another bottle or so more to get a full taste of it in my mouth. But I have to get a bottle. I can't do it in a glass.
A lovely flavor. And there's a jackfruit vinegar. So to youth in the diaspora, come home. There's something for you to do, and the Jamaica 4-H Clubs is here to hold your hand just to guide you along the process.
Listen, we're going to have to talk more about the 4-H Club movements and the various things that they do, processing and how they do it. I know, for example, the jackfruit, I've had some, not just the wine, I've had the vinegar, and when you use the vinegar to do escovitch fish, snapper fish, or even tilapia, it's amazing how the kind of a flavor comes out in it, and it's great. Miss Roden, thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you so much.
And for representing the 4-H movement. Tell people where they can find you and how, very quickly.
So you can find us at www.jamaica4hclubs.com, and we're also available on all social media platforms. That's Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, YouTube.
Okay, fine. And we're going to try and see if we can establish a continuous relationship with the 4-H Club for this program, so that every time we do an Inside the Soil broadcast on this station and program, we'll be able to speak to some updates as to what's going on with the 4-H movement. Thank you so much.
You're most
Bless
welcome.
your heart.
Thanks again for having me.
You're most welcome.
Bye.
There we have it. Now, as we leave the 4-H movement and we move the young people from the 4-H movement, we're going to be talking to somebody from the Fisheries Department. And the lady from the Fisheries Department, hello, the lady from the Fisheries Department, hello, the lady from the Fisheries Department, you could bring her over here for me, please? May I have the lady from the Fisheries Department over here? Now, when you go to the court and you're going to swearing, the judge say, for the purpose of the record, could you give your full name, address, telephone number, and where you sleep during the week and where you sleep on weekends so that I can find you? Could you please? So we're going to have a discussion with what's happening here. But first of all, I have some little bottles on my desk. And cameraman, when you get a chance to take a look at these bottles on my desk, do a close-up on them for me. So we close up on the labels. So we're going to be looking at these bottles here and the labels, and then we're going to be talking to you a little bit about what's in them and what they do for you and how they do what they do for you and why you should make sure they do what they do for you. How are you? Again, welcome. That was Miss Rowan from the 4-H clubs before. Now we're going to be speaking to Miss Kimberly. Is it Miss Kimberly
Cook Panther.
Who?
Cook Panther.
Miss Kimberly Cook Panther. Miss Cook Panther. Now she has two important names. Cook, which is a historically big name. Remember former Governor General Howard Cook. And she's Panton. Panton are the people with the money.
Oh my.
They have more money than where the bank of Nova Scotia have. Fine? But I don't know, she's part of that, but I know she have a lot of money, but she just going to be very humble. Kimberly, how you do?
I am good, thank you.
It's great to have you today.
It's great to be here.
No, listen, when I passed through earlier this morning and I said that I wanted to taste something for my throat, and she said, well, why don't you sample our special brew? Now, they have the oyster punch.
Oyster and sea moss.
Oyster?
And the sea moss mix.
and sea moss mix.
Yes.
It's oyster mixed with sea moss.
Yes.
So so you get a double portion of whatever it is that you're getting.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, fine. And trust me, the oyster sea moss. I mean, I talk because today I want to give me a whole bucket full. But I'm talking because I've had it because in Denby, during Denby, I was privileged enough to have had a discussion with Dr. Bellamy, who is the CEO. And Dr. Bellamy was showing off about his oyster punch and his sea moss this, and he was throwing it around. So I said, whatever. May hear that story already. Yeah. But I'm telling you the truth is, I go inside and I get them red label wine bottle. I got a red label wine bottle of sea moss. And when we go home, it's not Dalios. You understand me?
Everything lift off.
I tell you, never turn up the music loud. You understand me? But before we go, tell us a little bit about what are some of these new innovations of the fisheries department, and how it is taking on in the market, and what's your role in getting all of this out there to the wider public.
All right, so we haven't reached to the market part as yet. We are pushing the products, sea moss and oyster punch, and we're trying to. The idea is not to compete with private sector, but to present a product that we can potentially have investors and pass off the product to persons who are interested to take it and run with it.
Okay, wonderful.
Yes.
So if I'm in the diaspora,
Yes.
and I want to be able to put this thing out there,
Yes.
do I have to come home and do it at home, or I can do it in a diaspora? And is there any mechanism yet worked out how you might be able to facilitate me to get it in, say, bulk supply, to be able to do bottling there and then for distribution, or do I have to do bottling here and distribution there?
We haven't gotten to exporting the oyster quite as yet, but sea moss is currently being exported by our fishers. We're pushing it as an alternative livelihood to fishing because we're trying to take the pressure off the reef and present the fishers with alternative ways of earning.
No, all right. This sounds interesting. What you're saying to me is that if I'm accustomed to doing spearfishing,
Yes.
and the catching is not all that exciting, but I don't have any other means of livelihood because I'm accustomed to depend on the ocean. You're saying that now I can get into sea moss.
Yeah, you can become a farmer of the
sea moss
sea.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And how difficult and difficult
It
is
is
that?
very easy. I mean, the startup is just a rope plus string on a hard surface where you run the rope between the hard, like a stick in the water, and then you just have the drop lines with the sea moss on it, grow it for 6 to 8 weeks, and you have a crop.
And it just grows in the ocean.
It just grows in brackish
so we don't have to get fertilizer and
none of that.
and
None of
chemicals
that.
to spray
The
it
sea
and
grows
all that sort of stuff.
The sea grows it.
The sea grows it. What kind of return, and do I have to look at a designated amount of space area to see what kind of return I can get from the space
we did
area?
we did a cost benefit analysis, and we looked at 50 fragments, and at 50 fragments as the start, we look at earning up to 3 million GMD.
No, hold on. Get back it because
Yes.
we hear you talk about millions now, and talk to us again. Tell
All
us
right,
about
so 1 pound of the wet sea moss costs $1,000.
Okay, right.
A pound of dried sea moss costs $16,000.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So you're saying that if I can invest in 10 pounds of sea moss,
Yes.
which is like $10,000, wet sea moss,
Wet
and
sea
I put it out there,
Yeah.
I farm it, put it out there, and it grows, what kind of a time term break, or what kind of
6
turnaround
to
time?
8 weeks, you will have a product.
6 to 8 weeks?
Yes.
And all me have to put in at the sea and sit down and wait for 6 to 8 weeks.
And wait on it.
Play some reggae music and chill. And after 6 to 8 weeks, tell me what you're talking about now.
You're looking at after that first 6 to 8 weeks. I wouldn't recommend harvesting. I would think it just fragment,
fragments
and
and
expand your
and
plant.
expand the plant.
Then after another 6 to 8 weeks, you're looking at your first harvest. And from that now, you can look at either drying it to get that return, or continue with a wet product if
Which
your
we can
yes.
sell back to other farmers or other person.
For
Or
person
people who
wants
just want to
further
take it and dry.
processing, yes.
But so if you dry, what kind of period of drying period it takes?
All right, so
to dry
drying
your sea
now
moss?
is
You have to use chemical drying, or you have to use sun
right
drying?
out there in the sun, 3 to 5 days of pure sunshine.
So it would be good you invest into, as my granny would say, a barbecue, a very open space. Yeah.
You can put it on top of your roof.
You can put yes, of course.
It is very low intensive.
Yes. So once you can do that,
Yeah.
So you're talking about in 16 to 17 weeks, you can plant and harvest a crop.
Yes.
Of CMOS, which can reap you,
Giving you millions.
give you millions of dollars.
Yes, over a year.
So when I do up a microphone and I do all these things,
That is what I want persons to start thinking. That
no, but this is incredible.
yeah, just once you have your sea space close to some body of water, because you want a brackish sort of environment.
So when you say a brackish environment, you don't want it. So
Too
if
salty.
you have a section where it is between close to the sea and where the river ends, within the context of that.
Yes, it would be a good spot to set up your plot.
So you don't have to even, you can lease the sea because the sea is the sea. But the other area of land, if you even rent a space from somebody's property and say, listen, let me walk through your property because don't have the sea. Because the sea is the sea.
The requirement for fisheries is that you get a permit. You put forward what your plan is, where you're planning on locating, and you get your permit.
This is absolutely amazing. Those of you in the diaspora or you're tuned into this, no, this is not a joke because it sounds like it's a joke, but it's not a joke. This is the oyster, and we talk about the oyster in a minute. This is just oyster and CMOS. Let me just tell you, this is a part of the sampling of the whole thing. Amazing. This is what I'm telling you about. I got on my thing. Now you are able to now mix your CMOS with oyster.
Yes.
Now, can you also be the same person who did the oyster farming?
Well, the two things happen at the same location in Bowden, St. Thomas. The oysters grow there as well as the sea moss. We have our farm there.
Let me take another drink so I can see if I can get a.
He really loves it.
What about this thing? Is that this thing comes in two presentations. You have the regular sea moss with oyster, and that's fine. But if you want to really brighten it up a little bit, you'll get a nice like a bit of spirit and dash a little bit inside there, like what comes with this other one over here, sir. And you put a little white rum inside there, right?
Spice it up,
and spice it up. It's amazing that what can happen with that.
Yeah.
Yes. So if you lie, it make you speak the truth. After that.
Indeed.
No, but this is an amazing opportunity for.
It is. It really is.
No, diaspora persons. If you're there in America and things now going for you.
Yes.
And not now going for you, because some of us in America sometimes, for whatever the purpose or reasons, the challenges that comes with living in a first world country carries its variations and difficulty. Nobody no give you one mango. You can't pick two guinea.
True.
You can't go cut one breadfruit. Miss Doris, not that if you say, well, all right, take two orange or take two potato. But you can go down to the beach. You can find a section of the ocean somewhere.
Yes.
That you'll be able to go there and with nothing. With just a good high grade fishing line, measure out some part of the sea, and if you want, you can sleep at seaside for watch it. If you think said nobody go, take it away. First time man usually go up in the hills and go sleep when they're planting ganja. And them out there and watch them weed for days. So you can go to the ocean and you can swim, you can joke to fish and roast to something in the meantime. And this it's not a joke, it's a very serious and profit making venture.
We just had persons come around there saying that, wow, just getting the dried sea moss, if you can just give us that in bulk, she will take it and further process it because she likes to do the powder and the gel. So she was very excited about us pushing out that product because she did not know that outside of on the street side where you'd normally find sea moss, that we as an entity is pushing this product.
And so therefore your entity will constantly always be producing wet sea moss for distribution for sale.
Yes.
As a source.
Yes.
Center.
Kind of like what we do with our aquaculture for the fingerling for the tilapia.
And you're doing the jumbo shrimp now and all sort of stuff and stuff. So but then you're not going to take the whole of the market. So those who want to grow the
idea is not to compete with the private
with the private sector.
Yes.
So those of us who want to say, all right, we're going to get this wet sea moss, we buy it.
Yes.
We invest in that. So we buy 110,000 or 150,000.
And we offer training.
And you offer training.
Yes.
To how to be able to farm this.
How to farm it, how to dry it.
And
and how to go about enlisting plant quarantine, because if you have up to 20 pounds, you can export. You bring the product to a plant quarantine in its container, and plant quarantine will assess it, determine if it's in good quality. Once it's determined that it's in good quality, they will put their stamp, seal it, and you can just walk through the airport with that.
Because the airport not charging none on it. It's not like when you go inside, they say you have all the sweets up and they say you can't carry it in. So apart from CMAS, the only thing apart from peer you know can carry it free and watch you custom with it and them not trouble you. A CMAS.
Yeah.
Because as far as them is concerned, and nothing.
Yep,
but they would understand the kind of a value.
Yeah,
that
the value. It's a really high value plant.
We're speaking to Miss Kimberly Road, what do you call them? Panton Cook, Panton Cook, who comes from a very auspicious background in the Jamaican context here, but she's a very charming lady. She's one of the marketing persons with the Fisheries Authority of Jamaica, and they have all these innovations that have been put out there to us to bring a new dimension to the Fishing Authority and to create new avenues and new platforms for employment and for development and for growth, and especially for young people who are challenged in terms of their work, in terms of their academics. You can still find a credible, peaceful, and a very decent and honorable means by which you can develop an income base and a very successful and productive and profitable income base from just dealing with CMAS and dealing with tell us a little bit more about the oyster aspect of things.
Oyster now, so at Bowden facility or research facility, we have a mangrove area that we will collect we call it spat for the oyster, but what you would call the baby oyster.
Yes.
So once we get the baby oyster, we put it out into deeper water and allow it to grow out. There are actually two other entities in Jamaica that we're assisting. One in Save, Westmoreland, and the other in Green Island, Hanover. That is a fishing groups, and we assist them by producing the spat or baby oysters, and they grow out their oysters out there, and they're actually making a profit.
So, and these are people who are now developing oyster farms, because that's not something that we had before in this country. And people who just go back in there, just go do oyster, because it was always there, because it wasn't one of those products that was heavily farmed.
No.
But now, if because it's becoming a business now, you can now develop oyster farms.
That is it.
And you say we have one in Green Island?
One in Green Island and one in Sab.
And one in Sablama?
Yes.
And you have any idea what kind of production level that it might be involved out there at this time?
I think just recently they produced oysters for the reggae was it Sunsplash? That was
Sunsplash,
yeah,
right.
they were there with their oysters, and they had I don't want to lie on the numbers, but I know that they had over I think it was 100 dozen products. So they were pushing it. They were actually had a link with the hotels to produce oysters for them, but COVID happened and it kind of fell apart.
Listen, we're going to have to explore this thing more, because we're going to spend some time with the Fishing Authority to be able to do a deep dive into the fishing industry, into the Fishing Authority, so that we can really telescope more of this opportunity, and this opportunity for employment, this opportunity for development, and for growth into this stuff. But this now, Miss Kimberly.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for being here, for sharing. It's only a pity you never walk with a butter pan at the ice pot for me, but I can understand the limitations, because I'm not the only person who might want some. But
we're here for another day.
But if there's any more draining left in that side of the don't be afraid to call me. I will not refuse it.
All right.
But I thank you so much for being here.
You're most welcome.
But definitely, with the farming of oysters and the farming of seamas is something that we have to be telescoped to the diaspora, because we have a lot of Jamaicans, young people in the diaspora, who are out there and not doing anything productive, and rather than stay in Trump country and get into problems, get disrespected and turn workless. This is an opportunity that you can come home, and if you come home with just $500 US, $1,000 US after you reach home, you can get into a productive enterprise that after 16 weeks you'll be able to make yourself a
profit.
Profit of amazing profit that can put you ahead of doing some very serious business and be profitable and meaningful, and to be respected, because you're doing up honest business and honest living. Kimberly, thank you so much.
You're most
Such
welcome.
a pleasure having you.
Same here.
Bless your heart.
Take care.
Good. Fine.
Right.
What you say? I must send a mug or a butter pan. Let's know.
I'll bear that in mind.
Okay, all right, fine. Thank you so much. She was sharing with us there as it relates to what's going on there with the fishing industry. It's amazing what's happening with oysters and with sea moss. I mean, historically and for a long time, we know that sea moss is always there, and we make our drinks with guineas, and we get dragon, or we get oats and milk, and we do crushed peanut or crushed what you call it, cashew and other things, and we mix it with sea moss, and we get this excellent drink that helps to boost the performance of quite a lot of men all over the place where this business is concerned. And now this is now added to another dimension. One, you can get involved in farming sea moss, as well as the whole business of how you get into mixing the sea moss with oyster, which is a good combination that a lot of men have always wanted, and a lot of men sometimes would do privately on their own, especially those persons who are close to the sea, knowing the value of both products and what they have been doing with it. Certainly, we're going to be doing a deep dive into that some more, so that we can bring more information to you on that. As our discussion continues, we have a lovely lady that we're going to be talking to now. Let me see, I don't know where I can find her name. Her name is somewhere here, but so we have to get the details of her name and her thing. You have to come around this side so we can have a discussion with her. I don't want her to say me oyster punch in my little bottles and me sea moss. Please join me right here.
Hello.
How are you, my dear?
I'm tired, but I'm good.
You're tired, but you're good.
Yes,
Well,
I
that's
am.
good. All right, good. I see you walk with some stuff.
Yes.
Oh, good. I'll let my cameraman look at it and point to this in a minute.
Sure.
Your full name for the benefit of the records.
I am Alison Turner. Alison Debbie Turner.
She's Alison Debbie Turner. Let me repeat that. Miss Alison, Allison.
Correct.
Debbie, Debby.
I.E.
Debbii.
Yeah.
This is Sunday school, never helped me too well. Debbie, and Turner.
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 Yeah, I have to take the married name apparently.
Oh yes. And I passed by her booth earlier. And when I thought I'd smile with her nice and thing, I just see a man in the corner just sit down and just catch. And I look out I'm corner here, and then I realize what's it's a man here there, so I just chill and just behave myself. And the guy, I remember them boy they say, "Turn so back." Debbie, if you don't mind me calling you Debbie.
Not at all.
Debbie, thanks for coming, and it's good to have you.
Nice to be here.
You know, Debbie, I came by your booth. I see sorrel. Now, sorrel is a product that I have a lot of respect for, and I have a lot of love for, because I'd rather drink me a gallon of, I'd rather drink me a pint of sorrel than a gallon of the other drink that them have there. Fine. And there's another bastard one. They call it where the other one? Where they call it?
The other drink?
The other drink that they say you have a lot of.
Orange juice?
No, but orange juice. Orange might have a little. The other little red one, what they call it. When you compare sorrel to cranberry, it's amazing because you have more antioxidant in a sorrel. And cameraman, are you able to catch up this sorrel? You have a more antioxidant you get out of a sorrel. A glass or a bottle of sorrel, then you'll get out of a gallon of cranberry. It's just doesn't happen. And I see you have sorrel, and I see you have a machine in front of you. And Peter, we didn't get a close-up of the machine before, where you use this, and this is the first machine in the world being able to use to not trashing, but to
separate the seed from the calyx.
Beg your pardon, to separate.
So this is what we call the
seed.
calyx.
The calyx from the seed.
Correct. And everything here has a use, but in manufacturing, to use the calyx, it's labor intensive to remove the seed from the calyx flesh.
Yes, because
And
it takes a lot of time to be able to move that.
It's a tedium.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
a tedious.
And
And those
also-
persons who make it as a drink still would have leave a lot on the seed because they're not able to separate it, the process of which they do it, unless it's going to be done by persons with their hands.
Right.
This machine, where did it come from? How did you get around to getting this to be able to get involved with this process?
Well, first of all, what's really important to know is that the actual cost to strip the calyx from the seed is 50% of the cost in sorrel farming.
Oh, really?
So it's a large amount.
Oh, yes, it's a very expensive process.
Very expensive process, and it's tedious and it's time consuming and it scratches and it's really hard, which is a kind of unqualified quantity in terms of money.
Yeah.
But to get the actual staff to come and do it because it pays so poorly.
Yes, yes.
So you can take an order for something and then next day you start to cut and the people don't turn up and you can't fulfill your order. That's a headache for a farmer.
Yes. Because
Right.
there are
But-
so many things
Right.
that
Goes
cause you
against-
not to want to do it.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. But really, how our story goes is my husband has a farm store in St. Elizabeth,
Okay.
near Alligator Pond, between Junction and Alligator Pond. And he had a customer that had a 4-acre field of sorrel. And he came in just to buy some fertilizer and little things as he supports him. And he said to him, I'm going to abandon a whole field of sorrel because when I check out how much labor it's going to cost to strip this
It
sorrel,
doesn't work. It's
I'm
just
not going to have
counterproductive,
any.
literally.
Exactly. So Oral started, my husband's name's Oral, he started bringing the sorrel home and
Okay.
playing with it and saying there must be a way to do it. And me as a dutiful wife said to him, don't do it, leave it alone because if it could have been done, it would have been done
Done
already.
before. Okay.
Right. And him as a dutiful husband decided to prove me wrong
Yes.
and continued to try and find a way. And it went on for about 3 months. We were finding sorrel in the bed. We were finding sorrel in
All
the
over the place.
settee, everywhere. Things
You
started
just have
going
sorrel all over
missing.
the place, and
Yeah, things went missing from our kitchen, and I had to ban him from the kitchen. My stool stopped turning, and it was all going into this invention.
and it just started to find a way.
One day after 3 months, he came in and said, I've done it. And he had sorrel flesh in one hand and the seed in the other. So I was like, wow, now I'm a techie person. So I ran straight to the computer and looked up if there was anything like it in the world, and nothing came up. So I then went to the Scientific Research Council for them to do a deeper search, and nothing came up.
Oh,
so I
Lord.
started to get incredibly excited, and he then became like the best husband in the world. You know? And that was really the start of the journey. And as the years gone on, we've developed now into 15 years of research.
Wow.
We've been invested in, I had to get business training because this was a really amazing journey. This wasn't just about us and our success. This was about revolutionizing a whole industry.
And
That's
creating an industry.
That's a very, very important role to be seated at the top at. And so we're only driving the wheel, but it's a much bigger vehicle than just us. So we had a social responsibility to make this work
Yes.
and proper because it was going to change lives.
Yes.
It was coming out of Jamaica. It was innovation. So it was putting Jamaica on the map for innovation. So we got business trained properly by the Branson Center of Entrepreneurs. And then we went on and got support from Roger Clark from the Ministry of Agriculture.
At the time,
before he
yes.
deceased now. God rest his soul. He was a great partner to us. He then introduced us to Development Bank of Jamaica, and we were in line with Richard Reynolds Milverton, Mr. Reynolds.
Milverton Reynolds at the time, yes.
Right, who was another great partner while he was in his position there. He helped us with our innovation. He helped us with a grant that turned into the Ignite program. That was because of what we did. I'm very proud of that because we went to them and said we need help to patent, we need a workspace, and they built this program for us that was never there. And when we worked it and we became successful from it, they then created Ignite, which then opened doors for 40 SMEs every year to get grant funding from up to $4 million. So we're very proud of that.
So where are you now?
Where are we now? We haven't finished yet. We haven't done the journey. A little bit more of the journey first. After that, we actually diversified our portfolio and started doing products because the development wasn't going the way we wanted it to.
Okay.
So we won Best New Product to Jamaica with that. Best New Product to Jamaica.
Okay.
We did a candied sorrel, which is like a dried cranberry to put on salads and so forth. And that was an interesting part. Then we diversified back again to the machine, which is what our investors came in for. So First Angels Caribbean, that's Sandra Glasgow, Joseph Matthew, Stephen Facey. They're all investors and directors in our company now. So they've invested. We have some great partners: Sharon Roper, Wayne Sutherland, some big, really,
because you are doing something that nobody else has been able to do.
Exactly, and especially Joe loves farming, so he really came in with that, and he was also, very, very involved in helping us get to where we are. They're great. Not just about the money side; it's more about the mentorship, the keys to the city, and being able to guide us in business. So they came on board with us. Then COVID hit, and everybody had to focus on their own business, and we got grant funding, and we continued to work.
You continue because you have an obligation not only to the grantors but
to this bigger picture.
But at least you have some source to be able to work with continuously.
So fast forward now to 2023, we got to the point where we could manufacture our first 10 units. And we went back to our investors after COVID, and we said to them, if we can give you X amount from a customer and prove our concept, would you come back in and work with us? They said yes. So we did double the amount we were expected. And we got through, and they came back on. We did the first machines. We sold our first 4 machines to Australia in 2023 and 4 machines in Jamaica.
Okay, wonderful.
Now we're doing another 20.
20?
Yeah, and then we're going to be doing a 300 and progressing that.
Wow, so you're going to be spreading your tentacles across the world like an octopus.
Exactly.
Wonderful.
So we actually went to Australia this year. Amazing experience.
Oh, God, that's great.
My gosh, halfway around the world. Amazing.
Yes, I mean, on the other side of the world.
Kangaroos are real. So we were on a 100-acre farm. And I forgot that I wasn't in a zoo where there was a barrier between us. And
you were so excited.
Oh my gosh! But I was thinking, I can't run as fast as the kangaroos. I need to get out of here.
You're located here in Jamaica, and you're using here as your base, and you're going to be doing everything from here. But Jamaica is the only country in the world that will be manufacturing and exporting these machines.
Correct.
These machines that holds strip sorrel from its seeds, and to be able to, so there can be no serious production level where
that's exactly what we're aiming for.
And to be able to put it on the market to be able to surpass anything else that is out there.
Right. Well, we're going to revolutionize the whole sorrel industry, because once you start using our machine, you won't be able to use anything else to be able to compete in price, in production, in time, anything.
And it is done well and it's clean.
It's 100% just as the hand method. It's just faster.
Yes.
And it's just, I mean, the average person can do 70 pounds. Compared to our machine that can do 300 pounds.
Debbie, this is
no
unbelievable.
Comparison.
This is unbelievable. I wish we had more time to talk. Thank you so much for talking to me today.
Thank you for having us. It's been a pleasure.
We're going to have to follow up with you because we're going to
Definitely.
have to do a deep dive into this as well to
Excellent.
see all
Thank
the whole
you.
thing, mushrooms and all.
But people can find us. They just look up Sorrel Store Jamaica, www.sorrel
Because people in the diaspora who now wants to find an extended opportunity would be able to
and we have a program on where we've got a highly discounted machine that you can come in on now to be a field tester and own a machine.
We'll talk more. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Heart. Good to have you.
And you. Nice to meet you.
Yes,
properly. Okay.
There you have it. The revolutionization of the sorrel industry and the whole business of how we deal with farming, and from what you do with the hand to what you can now develop a machine. And all it takes is some amount of patience, consistency, concentration, and it's amazing what you get out of this. They, herself and her husband, have developed a machine that is now able to strip sorrel from seeds to the pallets all by itself, and to be able to use it out there. We're going to be continuing the discussion here. First, we're going to be talking to quite a number of other persons as the evening press on. We're going up until maybe about 4:30, 5 o'clock this evening, your time, which is about 3:30, 4 o'clock my time. Or if it's 3:30, 4 o'clock 4:30, 5 o'clock my time, then it's going to be about 5:30, 6 o'clock your time, so that we can provide you with information and insights about the industry and the various persons who are in the industry and what they're doing and how they're doing it, and the various things that you'll be able to do to get involved in it. We have some other people from different smaller online television networks right here. We're going to be talking to them as well, but we're going to go to a break. Engineer, do you take me off screen? So we're going to be getting back into our discussion here because we have a long street for this. Welcome back. As I said, the discussion continues, and we're talking to just about all the various partners who are involved in this magnificent agricultural exercise which is taking place here in Jamaica. I mentioned HiPro and CVM. The Jamaica Stock Exchange is but one of many financial organizations and institutions who are involved in this process. Now, the Stock Exchange have just recently changed hands, because I know that before we had Dr. Forrester, who had been to South Florida and made presentations in South Florida on the Stock Exchange. And now we have this new gentleman who's in the chair. Fine. He's not as cute as her, but you can understand. He's just as bright as she is. Right? And of course, Mr. Livingston Morrison. Mr. Morrison, thank you for being here and thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you so very much for having me, and good afternoon to your listeners.
Thank you so much. Blessings, sir. Now, Jamaicans in the diaspora, because this is a diaspora show, this is a diaspora program. We have at least nearly 70 countries that is listening to us. Fine? That feeds into us at different times.
Yes.
And, you know, our numbers run from about 23 to maybe 34 or 40,000, depending on what's happening, or if you're giving away something on the program, or what the stories are, you know, that kind of a thing. There is a dichotomy that exists in the diaspora. And Jamaicans, therefore, now are caught between coming to them yard, finding a way to invest my pension, what kind of business is going to start into. And of course, the Fisheries Authority just gave us an idea that we can go into sea moss farming, we can go into oyster farming, and that sort of thing. The stock exchange, however, is one area that a lot of Jamaicans like and have been hearing banning about, but have not yet gotten an understanding to how they can get involved in the Jamaica Stock Exchange, and how that will be able to benefit them, and why they should get involved, because the benefit is such, and the multiplicity of opportunities and windows that are open to it.
Yeah.
Speak to it for me now, so that Jamaicans, especially retirees and semi-retirees who are in the diaspora, who are now looking for another window to explore.
Yes, yes.
I don't know if that's too wide for you.
No, that's fine. I mean, today I'm kind of focused on the agricultural opportunities, but that's fine. I think as you mentioned, you know, a tremendous job is being done by the team in putting together a portfolio of investment and opportunities in the agricultural sector. Our own purpose here today is to convey to the Jamaican audience, and also to Jamaicans in the diaspora, that we are prepared and ready to support investment in these opportunities. In a general context, though, the Jamaica Stock Exchange provides an opportunity for average individuals to invest in local companies, and in many instances companies that are cross-listed. Companies resident in other countries, but they are listed in Jamaica. You also have Jamaican companies that are listed in other countries. So the thing is, I like to think of it as Jamaica Stock Exchange democratizes the whole investment process, you know, because
that's revolutionary.
Yeah, the average investor with a couple $1,000s, you can't go open a business with that necessarily.
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean that you can't have a stake in an established business. Some people are just not inclined to be starting their own business and going through all that process. We have ensured that there is a transparent process, a process that has strong governance arrangements around it, so that you can invest in companies with the confidence that there are rules and guidelines that they must follow as part of this whole process of protecting your investment and ensuring that the integrity of the businesses that you're investing in is intact. Of course, equity investments, for the most part, doesn't allow you a guaranteed return. There's no fixed return. So you might get a windfall in a particular area, or you might get nothing in another area. So you have to make choices. And there are several brokers around Jamaica that will allow to provide you with the guidance that you need in terms of selecting the portfolio of stock that best suit your needs. Some people want short-term returns, and some people are prepared to invest in the long term. Right? The best time to start investing on the exchange is very early. Start early and manage your portfolio accordingly. Of course,
it is not really a short distance run. It is a long distance run.
Precisely, and then that's for equities. But we also have fixed term instruments that are listed on the exchange as well for shorter term. So we have fixed term bonds and fixed interest rates, and we have preference shares that have particular dividend threshold. So we have a menu of investment opportunities. Absolutely.
But so if I have $50,000 US in the States and I say, boy, this is my pension, I have to see how I can spend it. I can't go to Walmart. I must go to the smaller supermarkets and that sort of thing. And I want it to last because I think I want to, see my grandchildren and stuff out of the way. How would you? What kind of approach you think, as a diaspora man, I could take in terms of investing that?
All right. So the first thing I must say, speak to your investment advisor, right? Because my investment, I might have $50,000 US to invest, and my risk appetite is totally different from yours. Right. You might say, listen, I am not taking no chance with this. I will take a little smalls as long as I'm not losing my principal, right?
Right.
Another man might say, listen, I can take some risk with this, right? But with risk come return. The higher the risk, the higher return, right? So the first thing is to sit down with an investment advisor. Let them understand your risk appetite, and then to tailor an investment portfolio that suits your needs. Which, we provide the opportunity to invest in stocks and shares, and we have bonds and including US denominated bonds and so on. So we have a menu of options. So even if you wanted to invest the entire $50,000 on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, your risk appetite is going to determine how you allocate that across the different instruments.
The kind of spread that you
absolutely. And we also know that one of the golden rules of investment is diversification.
Diversification.
So, So you don't want to put all your money in one.
Because you might go low somewhere, but then on the next side,
there you go. But the thing is to start with an investment advisor who will guide you accordingly. We provide a vehicle, and we are ready to support, but it has to be properly informed. Yes.
And if I'm there and I don't know who is a risk person, can I call the stock exchange and say, listen, I want to do investment in the Jamaica Stock Exchange. How would you guide me? What kind of window? How would you suggest that?
You can call us, or you can visit our website. We have all our brokers listed there with contact details and so on.
Wonderful.
So you will be able to make your choice. Probably you have some investments and you have an established relationship with a broker. That's fine as well, because we provide the platform.
Yes.
Through which all the investments are, the equity investments are bought and sold on a daily basis. Yes.
And like anything else, there's a risk, but because you spread the risk, then you win some, you lose some, and then depending on how the market fluctuates.
Which is one of the things I love about, sorry to take you back to one of the things I love about the discussion today at this Agri-Investor conference, because when we look at, first of all, the government and the various entities involved in the agricultural sector have done a tremendous job over the last 10 years.
Yes.
It's just phenomenal. The level of growth in agriculture, going back. The COVID years, obviously, we got a huge hit. But you know, the growth and development over the past 5-6 years is nothing short of phenomenal. You know, I haven't looked at the numbers, but I wouldn't be surprised if we haven't surpassed pre-COVID levels at this point. It would be interesting to look at those. The minister is doing a tremendous job, and kudos to him. And Mr. Scully.
Mr. Scully, yeah.
Oh, absolutely amazing. I look at this deal book, agricultural deal book, and how I like to look at it.
And some amount of thought went into.
Oh, absolutely.
A great amount of thought went into.
Yes.
That is a very important document.
Yes.
To be cherished, because it is almost like if you want to use the term, a Bible reference going forward.
Being a spiritual man, I wouldn't go that far, right?
In terms
but
of
I understand.
how it lays out almost chronologically.
Yes.
How you'll be able to get involved in the process and to come out at the end.
But if you think going back and ask yourself, what is a major problem that people have with agriculture from way back? We know that agriculture is risky, and people shy away from agriculture because of that. You run the risk of a bad hurricane season of taking a real huge hit. And then the investment that you need to put in, if you really want the return, you have to make the investment.
And you have to make it work.
You have to make it. Now, when I look at the various initiatives that are being championed and which have been captured in the deal book, the way I'd like to summarize it, Sir Miller, is this in this way. When you look at all the risk involved in agriculture, there are initiatives to mitigate and manage those risks.
Right.
So when you think about the agricultural parks, for example,
yes,
the agri-parks, where you put the infrastructure in place and have persons who are interested in, a particular crop or range of crop coming to operate out of those. They have technical support. They have the park manager, agri-park manager there, technical advice, all that is there. Irrigation is there. So it gives an opportunity for agricultural ventures to have more than a fair chance of succeeding. But it also creates an opportunity for investors to invest with a greater degree of confidence in agro-business.
There's a framework within which you work.
Cold storage is
There's
there.
cold storage, all of that stuff.
So you won't have a situation where your crop has matured, but because of marketing, fluctuations, you lose all your crop.
So within the process of that, there's a kind of way how you deal with the risk management.
Absolutely.
Which is fundamental to any person who's doing investment.
Yes.
And what you expect to put in, how you would get out. And like I said, the risk that you take, and you're able to measure the risk.
Absolutely. Very impressive. And I didn't know most of this before I got here this morning, so you can just imagine.
But it opens a new world to where we have come, how far we have come, and where we're now looking to go.
Absolutely.
My only concern with that is how do we apply a method that ties in the traditional farmers' transformation, tying in the young people who are the new generation and moving them to this technological and major platform that we are now embarking on in order to move the whole thing, the transformative process.
It's interesting that you have said that, because I came across some information recently about the number of young farmers that we have today and the increasing number of young farmers. A lot of young persons are getting into farming. I mean, we were in the conference room just now, and quite a few of the persons who stood up to ask questions are young individuals who are farmers. I had lunch with a young lady just now who is into farming and doing pretty well at it. So I'm really excited. I mean, the case is doing College of Agriculture and so on, doing an absolutely amazing job of continuing
and
to
the value
educate.
Areas that are coming from is amazing.
Oh, absolutely. Diversifying the courses, inventory of courses. So yes, it's a very exciting time for the
Yes, we are
agricultural
in
sector.
exciting time. Yes, man.
You know, very exciting time.
It's such a pleasure talking to you, and I really thanks for the sharing of the knowledge and the information that you have imparted, not just to me, but to my listeners in the diaspora. Certainly, we have to look at how we find a way to take a deep dive into the stock exchange under your leadership now going forward to see how we can be able to, maximize it as much as we can for the diaspora.
No, thank you. And then permit me 1 minute to just, a few seconds to just publicly express my thanks and appreciation to Dr. Street Forest for her absolutely amazing period of service
and her
to
leadership has
the
been
stock
amazing.
exchange and to the country development of the capital market. I mean, I've taken over the reins from her. I've taken the baton from her. We are about continuity. We'll continue the work. But we are also going to focus on building resilience. The stock exchange is such an important vehicle that we need to make sure that we can build on that legacy and strengthen the stock exchange as we go forward. Leaders at different points in history have to look at the objective circumstances and respond accordingly.
Yes, and of course.
Yeah, she responded and has left us a rich legacy. And
as you take the baton,
I
and
have
go forward.
my responsibility is no less.
No less, and prepare yourself for the dynamics of the time that you have.
Absolutely.
And to see what kind of challenges that will come to you, which might be similar or different, and how you work with them and work around them.
The challenges, the opportunities, the agro investment portfolio is a tremendous opportunity.
Yes,
so
certainly.
I look
You'll
forward
see
to
how
that.
you digest that and
absolutely.
and take your bite share of it as you go along.
Absolutely.
Listen, thank you
Sir
so much.
Miller, keep on doing what you're doing.
Pleasure is mine. Thank you so much for being
Absolutely.
here. God, nice
care,
to have
man.
you. And from time to time, you have a card? From time to time, I'll call upon you because I want to be
Anytime.
able to get you.
My team will be in touch with you. I
Okay,
don't have
please.
a card with me, but
certainly.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
All right.
It's great to have you.
Pleasure.
Same here. Good. There you have it from the man himself, the man who has now taken over the reins of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. His name is Livingston Morrison, the CEO, taking over from the previous manager, Dr. Forrester, who is now on retirement. But we're going to go to a break. When we come back from the break, the discussion continues. This is Tenny Miller, and I am live in Inside the Soil here at the expo here in Montego Bay. Coconut Industry Board, Jamaica Bauxite Mining Institute. Of course, we have the Do Business Jamaica Department of JAMPRO, the Jamaica Special Economic Zone Operations Organization, among other places, and Jamaica, the Best Dressed Chicken Department company. We have been looking at various participants into the, not just this business, but who are involved in the sector, and the kind of a demand that the sector is having, but not only that, the kind of a window of opportunities that are available for people to get involved in the development and the expansion of the sector, and to be able to put their money where their mouth is, and to be able to get involved into the sector so that it can help to increase growth and productivity for agriculture and for economic development in this country. We have been talking to some people, and it is pleasing to see, some of the strides that we have made and are making in some aspects of agriculture and the agricultural related industries that are there. We have been holding on for a couple of persons who are to be speaking to us, but then what happens is that they have quite a number of different workshops and seminars and discussions all taking place at the same time. So to be able to find personnel to fit into the timetable is a little bit challenging. You can't get everybody in at 2 or in at 1 or in at 4. So I don't know. We should find some people from the Scientific Research Council to see if we can speak to them and to get a full understanding as to their participation level and what they're doing and how they're doing it. Fine. So we should be talking to them shortly. And to some other persons who are involved in other aspects, so that we can dive into what they're doing and understand more about what their relationship and their value added products and services are to the investment, the agricultural investment avenue, and how their contribution, they contribute to its growing. We have had the sector have been having discussions with people like Michael Lee Chin, one of Jamaica's billionaires, who is putting himself out there and is showing that he's putting his money where his mouth is in terms of agricultural investments into, different products, into citrus and other things, and in other aspects of agriculture. But we hope that when we have a tour later on with the minister and some other officials, we'll be able to get a full insight as to the level of commitment, deep commitment that the minister has not only shown through his departments that are here and participating and sponsoring, but certainly from his own mouth, to hear from him personally exactly how serious and how committed he is to the development of agriculture and this process. He has been reappointed to the ministry, so far we look forward to his involvement and his going forward. We should be having a discussion with our celebrity chef from the Walker's Wood Caribbean Foods Department, and they have been sharing their country style chicken and their jerk chicken and their other kind of foods with the rest of us all day today, and it's amazing, and the taste is just incredible. They have been doing a wonderful job with what they have and how they're doing it, and it helps to put brand Jamaica a little bit further, out there and on the map out there in terms of our unique taste, style, and brand of food that we offer to the world. So, and whatever we offer to the world is always sample. You know, we have to be careful and not just giving too many samples, and not having the samples move beyond just samples, because it's always good to do samples. But when the samples just remain samples, then that's stagnation and that's not growth. But we hope that the Walker's Root product, for example, is a household name and a staple in most Jamaicans' home, both locally and abroad. And the best dressed chicken is also a staple, you know, in most Jamaicans at home and abroad. And you know, there are other products that are produced here on the without being shown here today. Gives an example of what's happening out there, not just here locally in Jamaica, but what's taking place in the diaspora and how it is being accepted and received in the diaspora. And people will tell you the kind of responses that they have been getting and the kind of demand which have been coming to them for both Jamaican products and services, in particular products of sorts coming from Jamaicans in the diaspora, and of course from non-Jamaicans, as other persons try to get themselves involved in the Jamaican cuisine and develop a Jamaican palate. So they have also now have growing appreciation for what we produce and how we produce it here in Jamaica. The idea behind this conference is to make sure that, you know, what we're offering to the world, what Brand Jamaica is offering to the world, is not just unique, but is second to none. And that you'll be able to, because it will be second to none, it will stimulate a kind of a demand, and as they say, for world global reach and local impact. But we'll reach and impact the globe so that we'll be able to get higher demands, which will require higher yields to meet and supply these demands out there. So, you know, we look forward to that. I see what the magazine here is later. It says ideal location, and when they say ideal location, you're talking about it says located in this. They are speaking now to. Well, I'm reading from a section of the table of content, and let me see where they go with the information that they'll later say. Located in the center of the Americas, Jamaica, being a part of the Caribbean, provides the advantage of easy access to markets in the North, South, and Central Americas, and serves as a bridge to Europe, and to the European market. Equally to one of the market that we have to explore is the African market, our ancestral market, and we have not been doing much. Again, the whole business of, you know, trade and the challenges of, you know, moving goods and goods from one place to the next, and the demand. You have to have a demand, and you have to have the wherewithal to be able to move these goods and products across the seas in record time, so that it maintains its freshness and integrity, so that we'll be able to really seize the market out there. And on the accessibility, it says that Jamaica has 2 international airports that provides daily direct flights to the USA, Canada, the UK, and several other countries in Europe, as well as South American accessibility by sea via the world-renowned regional ports. Is also an advantage, allowing for easy access to raw materials and equipment. And as it continues, when it speaks to openness to trade, it says that preferential access to some of the largest markets in the world Jamaica has by virtue of its strategic location and where it is at. Modern infrastructure, electricity and water supply are constant and affordable in Jamaica. Telecommunications and broadband internet access are available. We are experiencing some amount of growing pains, a little bit of growing pains with that, but by and large it is there and it's accessible, and some of the major partners and people who are investors here seem to have commanded attention from some of these other technical persons to be able to have consistency with the kind of supplies that they have. A ready supply of natural gas can also be easily accessible from within the region. Jamaica as within the region, and other spares and other space are available. Then they speak to economic and political stability. Jamaica has one of the best, if not the most balanced democracy to be found anywhere in the hemisphere or in the world, if you want to put it at that, because despite we will complain when elections are on and have some issues about who does what, when, where, and how it is done. By and large, I beg your pardon, by and large and in principle, we have had successful change of governments without much seriousness or suicidal seriousness attached to it, if you want to say that. We have changed governments just recently, and the PNP have some concerns, the JLP have some concerns, but by and large we have had good elections. We have selected our candidates, we have selected our replacement, and as soon as one becomes intolerable, the system have a way of taking care of it and has decided to change it. What has happened, for example, with the PNP and the JLP? The JLP had a 49 seat majority over the PNP. With this election, the PNP have picked up 14 seats and the JLP has lost 14 seats. So the democratic process is saying to the country and to its leaders that yes, you're doing, but you're not doing enough. And they have lost 14 seats. They could have lost more than 14. And people argue as to, how much more, and you can always look at it, and because of shenanigans or alleged shenanigans, people have their concerns, but by and large they have lost 14 seats. So the victory in the election, as I've said before, for this election, is not so much the PNP or the JLP, or the PNP who has had 14 seats and the JLP, because the PNP still have not won the election and the JLP have not overwhelmingly and most comfortably thing. But certainly they have there's a situation where the JLP have to watch it, because losing 14 seats is nothing to gloat about, and sooner or later you'll find that I realize that it's the people of Jamaica who are the real victors or the winners in all of this, because they're saying to both parties that listen, it's not a dolly house, it's not as you choose. We're going to be talking to some other persons. We have people from Jackra here, and we have Mr. from the Exim Bank. We have the gentleman here from the Exim Bank, Mr. I forgot his name, but we're going to be talking to, and we can ask the gentleman from the Exim Bank in the green shirt. Okay. Okay, so we're going to talk to the gentleman from Jackra. And after we speak to the gentleman from Jackra, then we're going to talk to the gentleman from the Exim Bank, Mr. Hopton. Right? Well, let us have a discussion with Mr. What the gentleman from Jackra again? We're going to talk. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Afternoon, sir. I'm good.
Good to see you.
You see, I was coming.
Oh, yeah, and I'm glad you're here. And thank you for being here.
No problem.
Mr.
Morgan.
Mr. Morgan.
Kenrick Morgan.
Kenrick Morgan. Yes. Mr. Morgan, good afternoon. and
Good
thank you for
afternoon,
joining
sir.
us.
Of course.
You're the general manager or CEO?
I wish. No, I am public relations and communications manager.
Public relations and communication man. Oh, the man who spends the money. Oh, that's all right. So we understand.
Who makes use of the money.
Make use of the money and productive use of the money.
Yes.
Listen, we're a diaspora-based organization. We
Yes.
talk to people across the world, Jamaicans in particular across the world,
Mhm.
about what going on a yard,
Yes.
the various changes, developments, and other things,
Mhm.
and how you are able to make them understand what you do and how they'll be able to
Yes.
create a linkage and to
Of course.
participate in any kind of a process of development and stuff that is taking place here.
Of course, yes.
All right. Tell us, first of all, what is JACRA and who are the organizations or personnel that comprises this structure and
Right.
what do you do?
Of course. So JACRA is an acronym, of course. It stands for the Jamaica Agricultural Commodities Regulatory Authority.
Okay.
So it's a mouthful, of course.
Yes.
So let's break
And
it down.
and the operative word is commodities.
Agricultural commodities, to be
Agricultural
exact.
commodities, right.
So the Jamaica's agricultural commodities. Currently, Jamaica has 7 agricultural commodities. We break them down into what we call the big C's. So it's coffee, cocoa, coconut.
Yes.
And then we do the spices:
Yes.
turmeric, nutmeg, and ginger,
Wonderful.
and pimento. So what JACRA is responsible for, we are a regulatory organization, regulatory and development. So we manage the regulation of those entities, of those industries, I should say, as well as the development for 6 of those industries. The only one that we don't manage the development for is coconut, which of course is still with the Coconut Industry Board.
is still
Right.
existing.
So, but that is JACRA in a nutshell. JACRA is separated, mainly we have our foot soldiers on the ground, which is our advisory services. And then from there we have, for example, like our licensing and permits unit, because of course we deal with the licensing of these products. And then of course you have, just the general structure of the organization, of any organization.
Right.
Your accounts, your permits, your PR. But the point of JACRA is to ensure that these industries are regulated and continue to be developed and grow in a way that is sustainable for the future.
Wonderful. So you harness them. So you speak for these organizations,
Yes.
as a body. So you are a body that encompasses all. And what are some of the issues that you address at JACRA on behalf of these industries and these commodities?
So our main stakeholders are our farmers, because of course the farmers are the ones who provide the commodities for processors, dealers, exporters. So for our farmers specifically, we assist them with agronomic practices. So our advisory...
When you say agronomic practices, what does that mean?
So our advisory or our extension services officers, they go out and provide training. They provide, just the best direction forward for farmers who are having issues with their farms. Because of course, our industries are facing a lot of different challenges. For example, in the ginger, you have the rhizome rot and those different things that are affecting the industry. So what our agricultural support arm, the advisory services do, is go out into these industries and they provide some form of expertise, agronomic expertise in how best to treat with things like that. From there, JACRA also provides support in the manner of providing clean planting material to different organizations. So for example, we provide fertilizer, seedlings, clean seedlings, different varieties of seedlings that are tolerant to different issues, different diseases that come up. So those are some of the things that we do. We provide technical support as well as clean planting material to our farmers. Then from there, you have our exporters, our processors. We assist them, for example, by making farmer dealer linkages. So for example, we're talking with Walkers with us earlier today, who's looking to buy maybe about 500,000 pounds of pimento each year. It's a lot. So we have to connect them with different farmers in the space who are able to assist them as best as possible with providing them with that good quality pimento.
So you facilitate that kind of connection.
That type of connection, those type of linkages, for sure.
And JACRA is owned, funded and controlled by government, or it is funded in part or mainly by the various commodity groups that are there and make it a one business entity that handles business on their behalf.
So JACRA is a self-governing executive agency. So meaning this is that we don't make our own money, and that is coming from the different permits and licenses that JACRA issues to its dealers, stakeholders, and persons along there are licensees, those persons.
But who's JACRA answerable to?
JACRA is answerable to the Ministry of Agriculture. So we're agency under Ministry of Agriculture, but we're self-financing.
You're self-financing?
Yes.
What kind of a role does the commodity groups play, and what kind of what's their status within the context of that?
When you say commodity groups, what you mean?
The cocoa people, the various other commodities that comprises your
structure. Right.
What kind of a control do they have over JACRA as a negotiating entity for them?
So first things first.
If there's a board is selected, do they individually recommend people to a board?
So for example, so the setting of a board is done by the Ministry of Agriculture. They would be the ones that set the board, and then from there the board governs the organization by recommending, for example, a director general and so on and so forth. But in relation to the different commodity boards that you're referring to, first and foremost, JACRA is an amalgamation of all these boards. So you don't remember coffee industry board, you remember cocoa industry board, and some of the spices boards. Those boards were dissolved as individual entities and brought together into JACRA. So JACRA is an amalgamation of all these entities that were separated.
But JACRA is therefore it's still a government.
Right, still a government agency, but it's just a coming together of all these boards. Now you have other farmers groups. So for example, associations. So for example, you have the Jamaica Coffee Growers Association, you have the Jamaica Coffee Exporters Association, you have the cocoa groups, the Jamaica Coffee. Right. So we still work with these entities. Some of them are our stakeholders. They're made up of our stakeholders. So we work with them. We hear their issues. For example, we work with them where we can, providing seedlings and churches that their farmers are good and things along that line. The farmers that they represent, ensuring that those farmers are good and things along that line.
But question is,
yes.
But do they have any kind of a voice at the level of the board of JACRA? So apart from JACRA board, which was set up by government, is amalgamation of it was coffee board and was
right.
When there was a coffee board, then the coffee board was comprised of not only appointees by government,
right,
but certainly elected representatives from their different bodies.
So what would happen?
JACRA now, you don't have any elected person from the various entities who now comprise JACRA. It's simply just appointed persons by government.
So those persons that are appointed from government do come from a wide range of places, though. So you might have a one or two persons coming from those different those different associations, because you have to have that representation. So, for example, you might have a member from the JCA who's on the board. You might have a member from the Jamaica Coffee Growers Association who's on the board. So that decision is left up to the Ministry of Agriculture.
A decision of government, or
yes,
decision of the body of people.
No, that would be a decision by the Ministry of Agriculture.
So you're therefore making JACRA slash the coffee growers and the cocoa growers a creature of government.
When you say a creature of government, what you mean?
So therefore, when it comes to policy,
right?
When it comes to query about processes and management and policies, it is not. The participation and the recommendations is not sought from the coffee farmers or the cocoa farmers, who are people who are the ones that are setting who are carrying out the exercise daily.
No, so
primarily by this organization now, which is an appointee of government.
So all right, so I would view that as two different things. Now, if it is that you're talking about a board to regulate and run the organization, that's different from saying it is that you are listening and hearing the issues and problems of the association that come up. No, not necessarily. No, but I think they can be mutually. I think they can be mutually exclusive, because JACRA regularly, each and every quarter, host a stakeholders meeting.
No. What you're saying me that you provide me with the opportunity to hear my grief,
right?
My grows once a month or once every 3 months, but I do not have the power or the right to deal with discipline, corrections, make recommendations in terms of policy and so on, because I am not the government. I am just Yeah, but any fair
or
but any fair organization, and I would like to believe that Jacra is a fair organization. Here's the issues and the complaints of their stakeholders, and moves forward with addressing their concerns in a reasonable and organized manner.
But I'm saying
so a person doesn't necessarily have to be on the board for me to want to work on the issues that they may raise.
No, but you cannot tell me what I feel like when I wear barefoot in the sand.
What you mean?
No. If I am the farmer,
right,
who now goes out there to plant the corn and to plant the rice, and I have some serious and structural issues that affects me, I don't want to know that I am not a part of the process who not only bring it to the not only bring it to the table, but also make recommendation as to how I see the thing should be fixed.
Okay, but again,
what you're telling me is that you make that decision for me instead of I participate in that decision making process and make sure that I vote on the law as I see that will be govern me and the rest of the people of myself.
So two things. First and foremost, Jacra's different departments, entities are made up of agronomists. So they're persons. Hold on, because what it is that you're talking about is one, relatability. So whether or not because as I mentioned, whether or not the staff members of Jacra can feel the pain of the farmers who on a daily basis are in the sun out. The answer to that is yes, because it is made up of groups of individuals and workers who themselves are farmers. Jacra has persons who are coming from coffee board, come all the way up, who are themselves farmers, have been in some of these industries for 30-40 years. So of course it is that they can experience the issues and problems that the farmers out there are dealing with on a daily basis. And on top of that, going back to the fair and just process, when it is that we have hold these stakeholder meetings and we talk about the different issues affecting the industry, those issues are brought back as recommendations now to our board to say, board, these are the issues that our farmers are facing and how we can move forward to respond to them.
Is who comprises the board?
So who
appoints the board?
So as mentioned earlier, the board is made up of persons selected by the Ministry of Agriculture who come from a wide range of backgrounds. All right, for example, one of our members. Let me finish now.
No. Hold a second. My argument is
all right, go ahead.
Cities are made up of one-way streets. I understand that an appointee by the minister is a farmer from Junction, who the minister, in his wisdom, feels is a good person to put on the board. Okay. Another person might be somebody from bigger state, who is a banana, who might have farmed banana, might not be in there now, but him have an idea how banana, or is a graduate from Nakalpa or from Case, who might have or somebody who's a businessman who used to buy and sell banana, and him to tell the same kind of, and the minister know him, and I said the minister friendly, but it might be recommended by the minister, so fine. But those are persons who are answerable to the minister. They are not answerable to the board, to the group of farmers.
I don't agree with that one.
Hold on. No. But they can't be both.
Why?
You cannot serve two gods at the same time.
No, it's not a matter of serving two gods at the same time.
Second. You cannot serve two gods at the same time. You either serve and you're there at the behest of the minister, or you're there and serve at the behest of the body of people who appoint and select you to carry out responsibility on their behalf.
However, the minister is responsible to the is held.
But that is neither not there.
No, well, no. I won't
counting your call a fictitious asset.
I won't go down that argument. However, how the Jamaican Democrats work,
I can understand. But your defense has got to be within the context of that.
But the minister, the minister is responsible and held accountable in his actions by the farmers, and therefore by virtue of by the farmers.
In what way? When they vote an election time?
Yes. So and
I know where that comes and how that goes. But I understand what you say, though. I understand.
At the end of the day, we are all working together to get into the farmers' argument.
I'm not making an issue there. But I'm just trying to
just to see how deep and wide.
Yes.
And how much control the farmer has.
Yes.
Because if people don't have power and feel like they have power, then the level of participation and commitment to a process is not going to be there, because they're going to say, sure, the minister or the preacher or you understand me?
Yes.
And you don't want it to swamp into that state of nothingness after a time.
Well, I can
Because
understand that
you
point.
want- But I take your point. If the minister is sincere and conscientious, I'm sure he will demonstrate the kind of leadership.
Right.
And insist
Yes.
that his appointees carry a certain line and carry a certain level of because the important is the democratization of the organization,
Right.
the process, so that
And I can understand that
each
point.
person feels that yes, he's or she is a part of this.
And which is why I go back to my point from earlier, where the persons who are selected from the board come from a wide range of both farmer groups and other entities. So there are members of our board now who are from the JCEA. There are members of our board now who are from the Jamaica Cocoa.
It should be so.
So yeah,
I don't understand that, but so how you guys are doing? What has been happening? What are some of the innovations that you have done within the last 3 to 4 years since the structure of the organization, and what should farmers take away from that? People in the diaspora who wants to come down and want to plant coffee or cocoa, or how would you entice them and invite them to come a yard, come participate and come join Chakra or to join a cocoa farmers board?
well, what I'll say, one of the things that we're most proud of is that for persons who are, for example, coming to Jamaica, who want to return to plant whatever the 7 commodities that we regulate, is that you're not doing it alone. For example, last year alone, we assisted a 3rd generation cocoa farmer who returned to Jamaica, had some lands out in Brayhead, Clarendon, wasn't sure what to do with the land. She ended up working with a Jack representative, and we were able to give that person almost 100 cocoa seedlings for her to start her process. So one of the things we're proudest of is that if you're returning for overseas, you're coming back to Jamaica, or you're just interested in starting a farm, you're not starting alone. And an entire process is there to ensure it is that you're put in a proper position to begin reaping what you've sowed, and just moving the advancement of the industries forward. That's the first thing. Secondly, Jack is happy to be a part of the technological advancement of what is happening in this day and age. For example, traceability has been something that has been on the books for years, and Jack is happy that we begun the process just last year to look into a blockchain traceability system that will ensure it is that the commodities that we regulate are traced from farm all the way up to cup. But that's important. How can someone who is all the way in Japan know that they're actually enjoying authentic Blue Mountain coffee? That is something that we're putting in place, and we're very happy of that.
Great quality cocoa from St. Mary.
Exactly. So we're happy to know that we are down the wicket in the implementation of different of our traceability system. We're calling it the Jam Save initiative, and that will be powered by the Verified and True platform. And so that is something we're very excited to roll out next year.
What kind of machinery you have to constantly keep reminding Jamaicans at home and in the diaspora? I know you're PR.
Yes.
But you have to have a consistent and structured information.
Yes.
And marketing.
Yes. So
that people, because we hear 1 time and 2 times, but then
and then forgot about it.
So you cannot say, well, but we spent 30,000 last month, putting radio ads out there and things.
Yes. So we're very happy to have a bi-weekly program right now running on Power 106 FM, and that is called Commodity Corner, and that comes on every morning during Farm Talk at about 6:20 a.m. in the morning, and that will look at some of the advancements that Jackra is making in the 7 industries. What is the habit?
The whole other thing say, when the farmer get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, he must go sit down and listen to the radio program before he go catch before the sun.
No, man, it is not a bad habit. It's what the numbers have shown. The numbers have shown that the farmers are listening at that time.
I don't take it as gospel.
You don't take those numbers as gospel. Well, I'm an empirical man. So if the numbers say people are listening to the program, I'm going to go with the people are listening.
Romance and maths, and I can understand. But no, just seriously though, but the farmers who listen on a Friday afternoon or on a Saturday afternoon or on a Saturday morning, and then you want to be able to, and it's not just, they don't all listen to Power 106.
No, I agree with you 100%.
Listen to Best 100 FM.
Yes.
So you have to look at how you get the money to diversify
the different programs. 100%.
target group so that
Yes.
you can prep. And one other thing I notice a lot of you don't figure say Jamaicans in the diaspora should be a target. It's just like I had to quarrel with a director of tourist board and listen, you have to market to Jamaicans in the diaspora too.
Yes.
Oh, Jamaicans in the diaspora must know that it's their responsibility to come home and to come and support Jamaica. Rubbish. So why should you take my good rich earned tax dollar to spend it alone on the white people them to come to Jamaica? And not many of them coming except the Pepsi and the Coca-Cola tourists, but you don't want to spend it on some of the Jamaicans who will come spend 2 weeks, spend money with them uncle and their auntie, so they might contribute to the economy in a meaningful way, both in them yard and in a hotel.
No, I agree with you. I hear you. I hear you.
You should spend a lot of money on them.
Yes.
But I hear you. But let me hope that Jackra would be able to,
to look at it in a more real way. Yes. And that is something we're working on.
Develop relationship with diaspora personnel,
yes,
media houses like ours in the diaspora, so that you can say, listen guys, you put on an agriculture show, let me sponsor your show, let me tell what are all your numbers are increasing, what are some of the questions that they're asking, what are some of the needs that are coming from the diaspora, how we'll be able to fit that so when them call us or them go on the website, we can be able to tune it that way. And that's
for sure.
But I have to congratulate you guys because since the organization has organized, despite I'm giving you a hard time, you have been doing a tremendous amount of work.
I'm glad.
And
yes,
of course, one has to speak truth. But I would always want to know that I ask some more and I like to ask some more. Right?
Yeah, then that's fine.
People and on behalf of the diaspora people, we need more and we want more.
And we want more, yes. And Jack is prepared to give more. Jack is prepared to give more.
Please, we're looking forward to it.
Yes.
And I definitely will be constantly be at you. I need to get all your information, including your girlfriend telephone number. Put all your information right before you leave.
For sure, we'll do. And for your listeners, I just want to let them know that at any point in time, you have any questions about Jackra or any of the 7 commodities that we regulate, you can reach us at any point in time via cell phone or via landline, I should say, at 923-2633. That's 923-2633.
Right, that's how
for sure. Or you can also follow us on social media at Jackra Official. We're on Instagram, Twitter, and on Facebook. So feel free to follow us as well.
Jackra
Official
is that body that helps to manage, monitor, and facilitate the growth, systematically and in an organized way, the growth and expansion of the different commodities that we have, like coffee and sugar, and
not sugar, coffee, coconut, and turmeric, nutmeg, ginger, and pimento.
Because ginger is the market for ginger is now growing tremendously.
Tremendously,
so
yes.
You have to look at how you look at what are the diseases that affect ginger, the regions in which those things are most prominent, and how you treat those soils and how you work with those farmers out there to be able to get the best out of this for the market. And of course, the kind of your numbers and email address.
Yeah, numbers and everything. Oh, let me put my email address.
How Jamaicans in the diaspora reach out and can get benefit directly and can get answers immediately to their questions and their concerns.
Yes.
I really appreciate you coming on and talking.
No problem. Happy to be here. Thanks for having me, sir.
All right, take care. Have a nice one. There you go. So there we have it. Mr. Morgan from Jackra, who spends the time to talk to us about the role and the work and the activities of the organization and how he defends it in terms of its structure and how it functions. I have my own view as to how it should function, but then notwithstanding, they are a creature of government, and the government intervenes at that level to be able to provide some amount of support and security for the various commodities and for the organization. So to that extent, we really appreciate and give them thanks and appreciation for the work that they are doing. The discussion continues. It is Tenny Miller live with a special edition coming from the special conference here, or forum, at the Convention Center in Montego Bay. It is Agri-Invest, Global Reach, and of course, Local Impact. We're gonna just wait for our next guest. In the meantime, I wait for our next guest. I'm gonna take a small break for about 3 or 4 minutes, and I'll be right with you. So don't go away. Stay tuned. The program continues. It is Tenny Miller, and I'm live in Montego Bay at Agri-Invest. Stay and not going away with the right yourself. Soon come back. Welcome back to the show. We are still here. You notice a nice music in the background. They're playing it just specially for you. So, please. It's soothing to the ear and fitting for the kind of conversation that we're having. Mr. Thomas, if you're asked to turn down the music just a little bit for me, that'll be fine. Yes. We have, as the discussion continues for this afternoon, we have another one of the distinguished members of the agricultural, I like to use the word faculty, right? Joining us here, and a very important person and department within the context of that. We are privileged to have sitting beside you the charming, bright, and articulate Dr. Watson. She is the CEO of the Scientific Research Council of Jamaica. And thank you for joining me, ma'am.
Thank you for having me.
Yes,
Always
good.
a pleasure.
Pleasure is mine. Thank you so much. Now, don't face it because she's just so nice and so polite, You step on her toe,
Like any Jamaican, that's how we are.
Yeah, that's how we are. Dr. Watts, it's good to have you on the microphone with me this afternoon. We are speaking to the diaspora, and we are deliberately speaking to the diaspora. We're talking to about 40, maybe 50-something countries when we speak to the diaspora for this particular conference. And we're trying to provide Jamaicans overseas with the understanding of what it means when we say Jamaica Agribusiness Investment Forum. Let me put on my glasses so that I don't say the wrong thing. Global reach, local impact. But before we can make that global reach and even affirm a local impact, we have got to make sure that we know what we are doing.
Yeah.
We are doing it right. We're meeting the standards that are required for not just professional production, but authentic and real quality products in the marketplace locally and by extension to our people overseas. What is the role of the Scientific Research Council when it comes to an investment conference of this nature? And why would you consider that important?
Well, the Scientific Research Council, affectionately called SRC, because we like to simplify things.
Yes.
Especially when we're dealing with science. It's a government agency that was established to help Jamaica translate their natural resources into valuable endeavors that can help us to grow our economy. So we are blessed with a whole lot of natural resources. They are not just for us to look at, they're not just there for us to enjoy in their spaces. They are there for us to develop, enhance, so that it can help us sustain ourselves. Whether it be feeding us, taking care of our health, or creating some kind of economic activity around those natural resources. So the SRC was established to support that. So in doing said, the SRC looks at one, investigating, validating, researching the potential for these natural resources to create products from them. Whether it be therapeutic products, you hear about Jamaica having a lot of medicinal plants. Can we create nutraceuticals? Can we create health-based products from these plant material? Can we create food products or even cosmetic products? Because so we like how we look. We're kind of vain people to some extent. We like how we take care of ourselves.
But then that's an understatement.
We take care of ourselves. So the SRC looks at how we can utilize our natural resources to create value to help sustain our population and beyond. So that's what the SRC was established to do, to help support, and we do that in a lot of ways. Now, bringing it to the diaspora, what does a SRC mean to a diaspora? It means that you have a local agency that is there, that is able to help you connect the dots. We don't do everything, but we are definitely fundamental and straddle a lot of areas and can help you connect those dots. We're a good starting point We're an excellent starting point once you have an idea of creating some value-added product. We are well known for the support we give to the food industry, but we go well beyond that. Yep. So that's the SRC.
So if I am in Atlanta,
Yeah.
and I decided I want to come home, and I decided that I'm going to find Jimbilin, June plum, and I want to develop a jam or a jelly,
Yeah.
or a new toothpaste with a flavor, and I say to you that now listen, I can find a North American market here where I am, but I want to produce it in Jamaica. How do you facilitate me, and what is it that I need to do to be able to enjoy that facilitation?
Right. So we facilitate in several ways. So we start with the person who just have the capital and the idea. So you have some money, because 1 to 60 is significant. So you do your work and you have some capital now that you want to invest, and you want to create a product. You like Jumbilin, like you said, or
Yes.
June plum. You can engage the SRC with just that idea, that thought. And what we do is validate that idea that you might have in terms of exploring what will it mean, what kind of product do you want to establish, to develop. We help you to identify the potential markets for it from the get-go, because that is a part of developing that product. So
Yes,
even before we
yes.
get into the lab, we start thinking about how you're going to package it, who you're going to sell it to, where you're going to sell it, what do you want the experience to be like when someone interact with that. So we help you to figure that out. And once you figure that out, you start framing the identity of that product. And then we get into the lab and start helping you to formulate and develop that first prototype, that first sample that you, your family, your friends can experience to say, yeah, you're onto something. We think we like this. We can do that.
It can work, because a lot of persons don't understand that some products you have to find the personality of the product.
You have to. You have to.
And that's so fundamental, because if you don't understand that, then you will know where you're going in terms of how you unravel and how you because you have to dissect it and then reassemble it.
And not just that too. We always tell our clients when they engage us, making the product is the easy part. Creating the business around that product is what a lot of persons don't put enough attention to, or it becomes an afterthought. So you have a great product, but it don't reach nowhere. And we see a lot of bad products that reach far.
Okay, yes.
Because they understand the market, they understand distribution,
And
they
the
understand
placement
sales.
aspect of it and how to deal with it
So
out there.
the SRC is your partner that can do what I would say the easy part, create the product for you.
Okay,
But
so
we want you to
once
think about the
you
full
give people
business.
the opportunity, you help us to create the product.
Yes.
Then in terms of the framework of the marketing and the bridge to market, is something that we'd have to take it from there.
We have other partners, both private and within the public sector. I'll speak to the public sector. You have the Jamaica Business Development Corporation.
And you'll be able to point us in that direction.
We are, they talk about join up government now.
Join up government, right?
All of we join up, all of we know what each other do,
Okay.
and we know we is a marathon.
Yes.
We carry to one point, we're gonna pass the baton on to the next. And to the next. So Jampro then become an essential partner when you're thinking about exporting. You have Ministry of Agriculture when you're thinking about getting those raw material inputs. You have Industry and Commerce when you're talking about getting access to certain concessions or consideration if you need to bring in
privilege to bring
equipment
in
and those
equipment.
kind of stuff. So there's a lot that is going on in the various public spaces.
But if I start with you,
we can help you,
can help to navigate that background.
Yes.
Wonderful.
And that is something that we have been speaking with other heads of agency. We had a conversation with Mrs. Cox, head of Jampro. And I mean, we're in the space, we're talking to the would-be business persons, entrepreneurs, and we're hearing them, we're hearing the challenges. So while we'll sit here confidently and say, no man, a lot of government support, a lot of systems are in place, it's disjointed in some aspects, and the awareness and knowledge is just not there. So what we try to do is to ensure that we are well informed, well educated in terms of what the network and the frameworks look like, and we're now trying to make that map a lot clearer And so whichever one of us you connect to, we can direct you and guide you. Because the aim for us is to get our people productive, producing products or services that can sell to ourselves and to the world. Because that is the way that Jamaica will become prosperous. Make
Because
no bones about it.
the government declare a war on unproductivity, not production, right? But there is always the argument, or there has been the argument, that waiting on government is like waiting for Godot, because it takes too long for it to come. It goes to one ministry or one department, and it go there, and then the first person who carried the IR died, and the daughter take over, and the daughter is still 47 going into 50 and still waiting. It might not be as bad as that, but if you understand,
I can
because
tell you,
it's such a painfully long exercise.
I can tell you, to some extent, I agree, and we hold on to trauma. So that might have been the case.
Oh,
Maybe
yes.
as recent
We're a sucker for trauma.
as 5 years ago,
word.
but I can tell you, and you probably feel it when you engage these agencies. There is a different tempo that they're moving with.
Oh, yes.
Changes happening. So I cannot negate those experiences, because
But you're
it's a
saying
part
that
of keeping
they
us
still
safe
change your foot to
measuring your
change that.
expectation. We are nowhere where we need to be. We need to be utilizing more technologies to remove a lot of the bureaucratic red tape.
But before you move the technology, you might have to move some people, you know.
Definitely.
Because there are some people who are just a humbug, because I'm not to show those persons who are the humbug know why they are the humbug.
Hey, see, you
it's just a
as
mindset.
a member of the tax paying few or majority, whichever one it is, you have a voice to help move those roadblocks when you buck up on them.
Part of my issue sometimes is that some people don't like me.
Do it for the love.
But not
do it for the likes.
No, because I just had a talk to the gentleman from one agency a while ago, and they said that we are an agency that we encompass all other so. I said, but listen, no. There are times when Jamaican government make these creatures, and then because they are made up of persons and personalities who don't understand the service and the urgency, and why people have to wait in line for some things they don't get through, it creates a problem. And
that's
some
a
people
reality.
pack up and give up and say then we can't bother.
It's a reality, and you have the theory of the 80-20, where in any organization, most times what you find is that you have a critical mass of 20% who is doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
Oh yes.
It's a reality that we face, and there are those of us who is actively fighting to get that 20 to 30 to 35 to 40 to 50.
If we can get it to 45, it is
Listen,
good.
so it's something that we are aware of. It's almost natural to revert to a place of complacency,
Yes,
comfort.
of course it does.
But I can tell you, at least the CEOs and the agencies that we work with, the kind of passion that I'm seeing is something that is inspiring to me. There's still a lot to be done, and we have those that are willing to do the hard, flattering, and those work that come without any kind of.
There's no thanks that comes with it. Yes. There's no thanks that comes with it.
We're okay with that. So you're getting more of those kind of persons in the spaces that they need to be. And I really do believe
within the context of that, because like you said, there are a lot of changes that are needed and required and are expected, but some of it is not coming. But when you have institutions like, for example, yours,
the SRC, yes,
and you have 2 or 3 workers at whatever level that you realize are going the extra mile and are doing that extra thing, it behoves you to recognize them, put them out there so the rest of everybody see them. So that because one, you inspire them and you encourage them.
Yeah, you have to create that culture
to develop a culture.
That
and to
positive
change
culture
a culture
of recognition.
Yes.
For good
Yes.
work. You have
Yes,
to, and
it
you have
has
to be
got to.
intentional about it.
Yes, it has got to be.
Can't be a case
just
because
must
you're
be
doing
premeditated.
good. Everyone said, no one, you're too enough. We don't encourage that kind of thing. So I'm confident and can tell you that is the kind of culture we are very deliberate about at the SRC. Very deliberate about it.
There's another element of forces who I call, and it is a political term.
Yeah.
But you have some people who they call palace guard. And I'm getting very basic political palace guard. If you're not getting the service that you want from the department or somewhere else, and somebody say, I'm going to escalate it, you don't even use the word to them because you tell them they know what you're going to do, they kill you. But outside that, even if you try to know, move to another level, to say, is Dr. what's her name? May I speak to her? So yeah, how can I help you? Because she's not available right now. You inside of the office, you just left her and go inside. You know, she give you the file and you go inside.
Yeah.
But she's not here now. Can I help you? Well, I want so. Well, you would have to leave a message or send her an email or send a letter. Then she's the same person who opens the email for you.
Yes.
Because you can't talk to everybody.
Yes.
So you expect her, but then she don't say, well, she open the email and then put a list and say, Doctor, there's an email from Tom Strokes, Mary Jane, and so. She decides to answer that email.
Yes. I see what you're
And
saying.
then it spends 6 months or a year and I don't get a chance to speak to you. And it might have been a thing whereby all you had to say, oh great, Mr. Miller, guess what? Call this number and talk to Miss Miller. Because Miss Miller is a person so. She don't have that answer, but she decided to block the process and stop it.
So
and you don't reach anywhere.
that is for that you have to put in system to manage and minimize those kind of occurrences.
Yeah.
And eliminate where you can. So for us, I can tell you with us, once is the business of the council. For example, if someone call, the email address that is given is an email address that at least 3 other persons have access to.
Okay.
So if that person decides that they want to, for whatever reason, they might not have liked the interaction with you. They didn't like how you sound on the phone. Can you know, we spirit not tech people for whatever reason.
When the spirit not tech,
no
man call them like how you sound.
You see,
the
buck doesn't stop there.
You know,
because there are 3 other person who will see this communication, see this request coming in, see this interest coming in, and all 3 of them can't have the same view because again, it's not their personal business. It's business of the country, the business of the council. So at some point, responsibility is taken, and communication must happen.
And people must be answerable too.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly.
Dr. Watson is a person in charge of the Scientific Research Council of Jamaica, and we're just here having a discussion about the if, what's, maybes, and the challenges that you encounter when you have the responsibility for governing parts of the public sector or even private sector, and how you provide service and benefits to the persons who are mostly in need and who it is established to facilitate. And it's not a personal thing, it's about how do you get productivity and production out of it. Dr. Watson, good to see you.
Same here. But before we leave, just to say the belief or the kind of belief that we try to build in our team at the SRC is that we're not just a government agency. We're a facilitator of productivity of industry. We're enabling persons to realize their dreams. We're not there working on our passions or our dreams. We are helping the average, ordinary Jamaican to realize their dream. They are the ones that are going to change the country, not necessarily us. We are just a vehicle
you're part of the instrument
support,
that facilitate to
but
make
it's really them being brave and committing their time, their resources, their hard-earned money. Some persons would have gone to work overseas for 30 years.
Yes.
So it's not a plaything when they come back and say, I want to start this. We try to ensure that we understand that it's a big risk people are taking, and we have to be responsible with that risk. So we are here as your facilitator, as a part of your support system to enable you to realize those dreams. Some of them might be wild, some of them might be low-hanging.
Yes, some of them might be far-fetched, but then it's a dream, it's an idea, unless you get a chance to flesh it out.
Exactly.
You won't know where it will go. One of the things that we would have to be able to do is sometimes take a deep dive into the SRC and spend time to look at the different people at the different ladders and the different rounds. To come inside there and talk to people and to get a fulsome idea as to what they do and how they feel about what they do.
Yeah.
And the level of commitment that they bring to the process. so that the rest of everybody else can say this is an organization made of human beings who are working for human beings.
Exactly.
And believe that the aspirations
we are
and the wishes
not,
of
we are
human
not
beings.
humanoids yet.
Not yet. We're not humanized yet. Listen, I appreciate this. Thank you so much.
And thank
for your
you.
time.
Thank you
the
for having
pleasure is
us.
mine. You know,
Thank you for having
still like a bother you, still like a headache and everything becoming an ease up.
You know,
Yeah, because
hey,
you're
you're
gonna
doing
stop
the
to me right
work.
now.
It's work.
No.
Yeah, do the
But
work.
my commitment, I mean, me retire, all me doing is this, providing, facilitating the diaspora to those people who want to come back home. Because I said to my son the other day, I said, if my son is 42, and I said, listen, if no more can I work for you,
yeah.
come here. You want
Yeah.
piece of land up a country that's so fine.
Yeah.
Agriculture is doing all sorts of things. So
Yeah.
in tuning in, I'm sure I'm listening
Can
to what's
at
going on
least,
because
can
you know
at
what's
least
going on.
sustain yourself and your family.
Of course. When I hear that you can farm sea moss, I was frightened. I said you can't just sit on a seaside, bathe every day, catch fish every day, and grow sea moss.
Just like that.
Just like that. And make a fortune.
There's a lot of
A pound
potential.
of dry
here.
sea moss is almost $6,000.
There's a lot of potential here. A whole lot.
Doctor, bless your heart. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure.
All right.
Thank you so much. Good. There we have it. The lady herself. You see, she little, but she tall away, you know. A very powerful woman. The pleasure is always mine. But when I call, make sure you tell them, so when we call, they must put it on to you same time. Right? Eh? No. Because, but them know, say me will call it out. But when it me will call it out. Because, you know, at my age, who I go... Yeah, okay, fine. But at my age, who I go, who are by the man like that. Bless your heart. Thank you so much. Love you. Bless your heart. Thank you so much. Good. Okay, my love. Take care. Listen, we're off. We were talking to Dr. Watson. Dr. Watson is the head of the Scientific Research Council. And our assistant, what's her name? Miller? And Miller heard the other lady's name is? Make sure you go get the other lady's name and number. And our email address. Go get it. The other part. Listen, we're going to continue with this later on. And tomorrow we're going to be doing some more program interviews and stuff to be able to make sure that we talk to bring the meat and the substance of this to you in the diaspora so that you can have information to make decisions. That's the idea, is to help you to be more informed so that you can be able to make more decisions. Listen, stick and say, don't go away. The discussion continues.